Each participant will be able to contribute quality, evidence-based stories. Let us underline that, evidence-based stories. We are not just picking stories just to satisfy citizens, but evidence, what we have done, that will enrich our knowledge platform and enhance the feasibility of the program. That is what we want. We want the program to be well feasible to everyone, equally outside this country, to know that a program is on that they can also learn from. And lastly, I will encourage you to actively participate, share experiences from your respective states, and take full advantage of the practical sessions. The success of this initiative depends on all our collective efforts to ensure that SURWASH story is consistently told, accurately documented, and widely shared. I wish you all a fruitful deliberation and a successful workshop. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. That's a procurement officer from the FPCU office. He's ably represented the NPC and has charged us for today's activity. So next on the line, can we all put our hands together? I'm inviting the TTL, Ms. Awa, for her own opening speech.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Awa Jang. I'm a senior water supply and sanitation specialist with the World Bank, and I'm the task team leader for SURWASH. I think for those that I know, I hope that the discussions we've been having when we were in the States now are coming to fruition, because some of you complained that you're really not doing anything, right? Like there's no story, you're not, my Plateau people, I think we had that extensive discussion before. So the idea of this workshop was really, how do we bring all of that together? I think maybe just to tell you a story, like a couple of months ago, someone forwarded a WhatsApp to me about how Nigeria keeps borrowing, and they presented SURWASH as an example. And then, you know, there are no results, which we all know that there are results in each of the states, right? But the issue is we're not telling our stories, as Tunde just mentioned. And also we have to understand that SURWASH engages with a range of stakeholders, right? The way you tell a story to a governor is very different from the way you tell the story to a development partner, the way you tell the story to a commissioner, or, you know, to the private sector or citizens. They all are interested in WASH, but they would be interested in different aspects of the sector, right? So the objective is, how do we adapt the stories to each of these audiences? So the challenge also is, how do we translate technical achievements and lessons learned into messages that are clear, that are relevant, that are compelling, but as Tunde mentioned, that are also evidence-based? Because we don't want to say that we have done so much when we still have gaps. We have to be very candid about it, but we shouldn't also be shy about everything that has been achieved, especially on the reform side, because this program has rewarded the state so much in the tough decisions they have been making on the reform. So I think it would be very important that we don't forget that we don't just focus on the infrastructure building, but really how services are being improved. So your task is really to communicate the same results, whether they're on the soft side or the hard side, that resonate with the audiences that I mentioned earlier. And then strong communication also can help us build alliances, right? The idea was SURWASH is a national program. It should be a people's program, because WASH is very much at the center, at the core of a quality of life, right? So how do we ensure that by the end of this program, we would have raised the profile of this sector, but we would have also built alliances on how to ensure that we improve because of the low numbers we have in the sector. So I don't want to take much of your time. I know you have a packed 2 days. So maybe my final message would be that please take this opportunity to learn from each other. This is opportunities that we have where we're bringing all the states together, and that we have also experts in the room that you need to ensure that you gain insights from. And then you also explore, how do we better tell the story of SURWASH for these different audiences? How do we build the alliances that will make SURWASH everyone's program? And also, how do we make people understand that ultimately SURWASH is about improving the quality of life of Nigerians through water supply, sanitation, and hygiene services? So we look forward to learning from you and your experience, and also how to better tell the SURWASH story and amplify the impact of the program. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussions.
Please, can we give a round of applause? She made it possible for all of us to be gathered here today. If she had not signed or given us no objection, this wouldn't have happened. So can we give her another round of applause for even finding time to be with us today? So, we want to charge ourselves before we start, an icebreaker. So why are we here? Who can tell us why we are here? I sent an assignment to us at the state level for all of you to look at it. So why are we here? What did you gain from that piece of assignment I sent to us? What did we gain from it? Or we just received it and allow it slip in your system? So why are we here? Communication officers are not supposed to be shy. Why are we here? Please. I don't want to beg us to talk about it. Okay.
Good morning to everybody. Enokela Suleonu is my name. I'm from Benue State. We are here this very beautiful morning to learn, to build our capacity on how to report on the activities of the SURWASH at our respective state. The programs available, both the ones that have been conducted or the ones that are yet to be conducted, how we can bring out a good report in terms of news formatting and every other aspect of it, good photograph for people to have a better knowledge of the SURWASH program in Nigeria. Thank you, ma'am.
So what is a good story? What's a good story? You can just lift your hands. I'll bring the mic to you. What's a good story? Because the reason why we are gathered here today is to be able to tell our story. And how do you tell a good story so that somebody will read it or even want to listen to you?
Good morning, all. I'm Rodmoa Kassan from Plateau. Initially, I wanted to add on what the communication officer from Benue said.
You can add and then answer this.
Okay, no problem. The reason why we are here, we are used to reporting our stories the old ways. So we are here to learn the digital way. A good story. In writing a story, a success story, it has to be after the project. The story has to come from the success of the project. And let me give an example of, there was a time we went for a supervision when we got to a water point, we discovered that the water point, from the water point, people are having issues because issue of I confess, you have to wait. There's this a bit conflict, but within them, they devise a means of fetching the water in peace. In fact, they created a time for every household. Yes, every household has to fetch before this, and they've done that peacefully. And in fact, within them, they have to generate some funds to be maintaining the place. That's a success story. And for the generating of the fund, a particular person decided to take that upon himself to take care of the facility, which is one of the success stories. So for me, a success story a good story has to come from the success of the program. Thank you.
Okay, so somebody is there to come to you.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
My name is Okolo Chinyere from a Clean Nigerian Campaign Office, Abuja. So a good story should be concise, and a good story should be direct to the impact of the program, so that whoever that is reading it will not waste time. You just look at it at a glance and it understands everything. Thank you.
Good morning, all. My name is Afion from Kaduna. She has actually used my keyword. A good story must be impactful. After writing what you have done, what comes to mind should be answer words. Just like the TTL says, SURWASH is about improving the lives of Nigerians. So if you have given an intervention and so words, how has it impacted on the people you have provided this intervention for? So when you are when a good story has to be impactful, it should be coincide apart from the normal 5 W's and H that we learned. That impact must be there. And so what? This thing that we've provided, what has it done to the people?
Thank you so much. Any addition? Okay.
My name is Patrick Omakumi from SURWASH, Delta State. I think I've all spoken well, but I just want to add that a good story must be verifiable. It must have a good means of evidence. In addition to telling the true story, people must be able to see it, that it actually happened, to be evidence-based. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, Mr. Ronnie there.
Hello, good morning.
Morning.
My name is Bala Alhassan from Jigawa State. In my own opinion or my own issue about is firstly is success or gathering the facts about what we have discussing about these programs. Then after and conclude with questions and the way we have a solution to finding out. So.
Okay, thank you. And so, we are just brainstorming so that we all understand the reason why we are here. And so what's a good picture? What's a good picture for your story? Do you just put any kind of pictures? So what's a good picture?
Good morning once again. In your region, a good picture is a picture that is decisive enough that can capture a particular action at a particular time. Thank you.
What he said, a good picture, in fact, is action picture. on the point. He just tells you, as you are looking at, he's telling you this is happening. And not if you see people gathering somewhere, just go and snap them. It will not speak on anything. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Kaduna has another opinion.
It should also, no, it's the same. It should also align with the story. It
Okay.
shouldn't be you are reporting one local government and you are seeing people in the urban, you are reporting a community, and then your picture is telling us people maybe resting in hotel. So it must align with the picture, with the story.
So I agree with Abuja said, it's an action. Yeah, at that time, the pictures is demonstrating what you have done at the beginning or in the times. So it's an actions.
Okay, another question. Is it right to write a story without data?
Without data?
Yes, without giving the data about what you're writing. You just get up, tell a story from beginning to the end. You don't have any data, verifiable data that somebody can say. Maybe we are talking about a number. We are talking about people receiving water in our communities, and you don't have the figures there to show that these are the number of people that are benefiting from that facility.
Okay, good morning. I want to recall on this man's submission when he was speaking on what a good story was. It has to be verifiable. And if you must verify it, you need those data.
Okay.
All right.
So thank you so much. So we are just setting tone, like I said, and so that we can align those tones with the goal and the purpose at which we are gathered here today. I was expecting the old states to take the lead, but I'm really impressed that the new states are taking the lead. So it's not a competition, but that shows that the new states want to really do it right, and they are trying to overtake. And I'm happy that from the federal level, we are getting very tangible contributions too. And that's why we are all here today. We have in our midst representative from the Clean Nigeria Use the Toilet campaign. She's here representing her secretariat. And then somebody from SURWASH too was invited. I'm sure he's on his way coming. And then we have the Ministry of Water Resources, which is supposed to be our parent ministry. They are ably represented here. We have two people here in our midst too. And then the Director, Press and Protocol is joining online. I'm sure she's online because the link was shared with her. And so I want to encourage us that these 2 days that we have come to learn, you heard when we had the virtual meeting, the communication specialist from the World Bank told us, and it was clear, that SURWASH program is like the third that is trying to go digital, and he is very, very happy about that, because we don't want to go the old way. We want to be able to publish our news on the site. If an activity is taking place in our state, we should be able to talk about that activity, so that not just publishing it for the newsletter, but also publishing it in all your various platforms for people to know, because visibility is key. Like I usually tell us, if we don't tell our stories, somebody is ready and sitting on the fence to tell it on our behalf. And when you allow those people to tell your story, be sure that you get all manner of stories being pushed out, which will be negative. Because people tell story from a biased point of view. Some tell it because maybe they've visited your office, they needed contract, you didn't give them. And when they leave that place, what they push out is different from what is actually happening. And so that's the reason why we are here today. So we want to invite our first speaker for today. It's, she here, Mrs. Tosi? Okay. Ms. Tosi will be taking us through moving moving beyond dry reporting, Mrs. Tosi works with NAN, and she has been in that field for so many years. I want to read her. Yeah, so Ms. Tosi, she's a senior editor of the Agriculture, Environment, and a WASH desk officer at the News Agency of Nigeria for over 15 years. You know, she has been practicing journalism and development communication. She holds a master's degree in development communication and a postgraduate degree in advertising and public relations. She specializes in transforming development issues into impactful stories that connect policies, program, data, and people, with particular focus on agriculture, WASH, environment and food security, climate resilience, and sustainable development. With strong storytelling and communication skill, she uses evidence-based reporting and human-centered narratives to highlight solutions, amplify community experiences, and promote public understanding of critical development issues. She is a recipient of the Federation of African Press Agencies Award in recognition of her outstanding journalism and commitment to impactful reporting. Can we give Ms. Tosi a hand of applause as she comes over to take us through a topic which is titled Moving Beyond Dry Reporting, Humanizing Data and Complex Technical News, Using Evidence to Strengthen Narratives. A hand of applause, Mr. C, you're welcome, please.
Good morning, everybody. Have you seen it? Okay, before we start, just like Madam Felicia said, my name is Tosi. I've been in the WASH sector for like almost 2 decades. And what we observe is that a lot of things happening in the sector have not really been projected well. It's been underreported. So I just want us to do something like an example now. Imagine everybody in a dark room. You're in a dark room and you are together with someone. Is it possible for you to see if the next person is winking? Is it possible? You just be winking to yourself. You wouldn't see anything. So that's why communication is important. So have you seen it? You can project. Okay. So beyond dry reporting and humanizing data and complex technical news, evidence-based reports, I think there's a lot of scientific jargons. Do we understand? There's a lot of English, a lot of grammar. So in essence, this is just talking about why you must simplify your report. Simplifying your report, this is just a summary of everything. So the next slide, the workshop objectives. The objective of the workshop is for us to understand the communication in development programs, the role of communication in development programs. And I think there's a need for us to move beyond reporting activities generally. So what SURWASH really wants to achieve at the end of this workshop is to see that we start telling high impact stories, evidence-based reporting. It shouldn't just be about, oh, you go to the field, for instance, and you are reporting activities. You need to move beyond, oh, the federal government has done this, SURWASH intervention is working in maybe Imo or Katsina or any other state. writing more human interest stories, and also identifying human interest angles from SURWASH interventions, and also to use storytelling techniques to connect policies, programs, and communities. And also part of the intervention is to see that we need to produce compelling content for media, website, and social platforms. The next slide, please. So why does communication matter? Communication matters because it creates understanding. People support what they understand. Are we together? If people don't understand what you're talking about, you are not communicating. For example, now, since we are talking about the wash sector, you cannot just communicate and say, stop open defecation, stop shitting in public, build your toilet. This is what you need to do. They must understand the impact, the cause and effect. Why do you want people to stop defecating in the open, for instance? So that is why people must understand why you are communicating. And also, communication matters because it drives behavioral change. We understand what behavioral change means. Information alone is not important. If you want communication to matter to you, behavior change must occur. An example I cited here is that you cannot tell people to start washing their hands. Okay, wash your hands after using the toilet, before eating, after changing the diapers of children, wash your hands. You must see the impact of behavior change. People must understand that it's not just about behavior change. And also, communication matters because you want to build trust, you want to build ownership. Communities participate more when their voices are heard. That is why communication matters. Then ownership. If people do not take ownership of a lot of the interventions you're doing now, there won't be sustainability. And we know the role of sustainability in all of the interventions that SURWASH is talking about. So they must build trust and ownership. Communication also matters because we need to strengthen accountability. And accountability is important also through feedback. For example, now a water facility gets spoiled in the community. If you don't communicate, there won't be accountability. There will not be feedback. So that is why communication matters. Next slide. So this is a simple exercise I want us to go through. Can you project, please? That document here. Yes, the second one. I wish we can print this out for everyone. You can, okay. Just, it's possible, just few copies to go around for the tables. So there are like 2 different stories there. Project. Can you zoom out, please? Okay, can you make it bolder? Since they do not have the copies yet, just holding it. So there are 2 stories here, 2 story samples here. Is it being printed? Oh, okay. So can you put it on two pages or 2 sides? So there's a first story. Okay. So let's go through this first story, for instance. Story 1, I titled it Story 1, Dry Reporting. SURWASH expands access to safe water in Katsina communities. Are we together, please? SURWASH expands access to safe water in Katsina community. You know, are we following? I do not want to read everything, not to bore you, but can we go through the first story, please? Go through the first story. Let's give it maybe like 1 minute. Everyone should go through the first story. Look, sorry. Okay. Are we together? Can they move ahead? Secretariat. Okay. Can we move to the second story, please? Are you done with the first story? Everyone? Oh, okay. Let's give them 30 seconds. Can we move to the second story? Okay. Technical. Okay. Second story. Just scroll down. Okay. Can you minimize a bit so they see all the pages? Exactly. Are we together? You cannot see. Please zoom out. Sorry. Zoom out, please. Exactly. Is it okay now? Yes, on the page. Centralize. Yes. Is it okay? Okay. Thank you. Technical. Are we together? Do we understand the first story? Are we together? Are we done with the second story? Okay, not yet. Are we done with the second story now? So can we go back to the first story? I will want volunteers to come and explain what they understand in these two stories. Can we go back to the first story, please? The first volunteer. Volunteers? I don't want to call state, SURWASH state. Volunteers, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. What's your name and what state? What do you understand by the first?
My name is Patrick Omagumi from Delta State, Tuasa. The first story is centered on data-driven. You can see from, take it up a little. You can see that from the first paragraph, there's a data regarding 45 communities across Katsina State. Then, according to the second paragraph, you have another data, 28 solar-powered boreholes were constructed to more than 36,000 residents, 3,500 households benefited toilets, and trained 180 WASH community members. Contributed to, so it's just data-driven. That's the first one. You can see it from the story back there, data-driven, dry reporting. It's very clear. Then if you go to the second story, from the second story, you can see it's human-centered, same information, but this one is more impactful. from my assessment, which one is more impactful? Because it tells a story about how Amina, how she went, from going to stream to fetch water, taking several hours to walking 2 hours to fetch water. So this one is more impactful and it's a centered on human angle. And anybody who reads this story will relate more with the suffering of Amina and the community she came from. How they went for hours to fetch water, and after installing the bowl with the same story, 28 and everything, they are now fetching water within 2 hours and still able to go to school. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for him. So in essence, when you look at the two stories, it's the same information, but why communication is tilting towards development issues now is more about human interest things. That's what makes the story important, and that's what makes it very, very interesting. The same story, the first one, technical. Please scroll up. The first story, SURWASH expands access to safe water in Katsina community. SURWASH has improved access to, a lot of data, 28 solar-powered boreholes, 36,000. This is a lot of information. And that is why when you look at the second story, it's talking about the impact. That is what development is all about now. How is it impacting on people? That's the kind of stories that communication officers should be writing. Because in today's world, information age, a lot of things are taking our interest. Nobody has time to read very long stories. You're on your phone before you know, WhatsApp message comes in, Instagram content, Facebook, you are distracted. So it's the same thing with information age. Attention span is very, very low. That is why whatever story you're doing, make it very, very smooth, sharp, and impact-driven. Thank you very much. So let's go to the second activity. The other slide. Okay, sorry, hold on.
So I have a question. My name is Dauda from Taraba State. So these two stories, I actually don't have an issue with them, but my problem is balancing interests. Now you have founders and then you have the human interest angle. So where do you balance interests?
Thank you very much, Dauda. Sincerely, the kind of interest, the kind of context that interests funders really these days when it comes to development programming is about impact-driven stories. Okay, SURWASH is about 700 million, or it's been reduced now. How is the impact on people, the population? Who are the direct beneficiaries? Who are benefiting from this kind of intervention? SURWASH has been in Nigeria for like the two years, the third year now, if I'm not mistaken. I stand to be corrected with the interventions they are doing. So whatever story you're doing that will catch the interest of funders or the people giving you your grants, it should be about impact. That is what communication is about lately. I know a lot of interest, maybe some of us are coming from the government sector. You want to report from the government side. You want to talk about what the state government is doing and all that, just to balance interest, I know. But you can also add it more inside your report. Okay, at the end of the day, however, what state are you from? Taraba state government is also doing this. They're giving counterpart fund. They are supporting this, but always start with the people. Always start with the people. Thank you very much. The next slide. Technical. Okay. I tag this, which photo tells the better story. So the next slide is talking about 4 different photos. Next slide, please. So 4 different photos. A volunteer, please. Another volunteer. Gender balance. Another lady, please. My woman, make una support me. Yes. Okay, thank you. We have 4 photos here. Can you explain these photos for us?
The first photo, it's like they have, or they had a workshop and then they took a picture after the workshop. Then the second photo is about maybe SURWASH. Let me use SURWASH as an example. Provided water, or they provided water. So these pupils or students are using the water to wash their hands, hygiene. So the third one is talking about sanitation, the use of toilets. How the students, like the other one went to use the restroom and then the others are waiting for her. And then the fourth story, it's like maybe after school or during graduation, they're taking they're just taking a picture. Thank you very much. Another volunteer, please. Another volunteer. Oh, okay, the woman in this time.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naiga Danjuma from Taravas. The first picture, as she said, maybe they are done with workshop or maybe another program. Then the second picture is wash, that is water. Maybe the SURWASH or another program built water for them in this. They are using the water. Then the third picture is sanitation. One student is inside, three are lining up, waiting for her. That means the toilet in that is limited. So they need more toilets in that school. That is why they are waiting for her to come and definitely they are praised. So they need more toilets in that school. Then the last photo, the students are celebrating what the program have done to them in this school.
Thank you very rich. Okay, another volunteer. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Tom Tokwe from Ekiti State, and I'm representing my IA, Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited. The first story, the first pictures can be anything. Office setting, you are celebrating your birthday, people gather around you and celebrate. That one can be. The second one, that second one really tells us the story, the impact upon the people and the watch aspect of it. Then the third one, that third one is telling us that both the male and the female, they are using the same toilets. Okay, they are all female. Okay, that person represented, they look like so that's a wash, the wash activities, just like she has said. Yes, if they are all female, it means that they need more more toilet needs to be built for them. And these ones, after this one is celebrating group photograph celebrating, maybe they are graduating or they are doing any other thing. But these two picture 2 and 3 tells us the impact upon the people about the projects.
Okay, somebody else.
Good morning, all. Let me explain this photos. I'm Abubakar Abdullahi from Kasana Ruasa. The first photo is portraying community engagement as being propagated by SURWASH program. Then the second photo is showing the hygiene promotion. That is another component of SURWASH program. Hygiene promotion is very important component. While the third photo is showing a campaign against open defecation, particularly in schools, institutional wash. While the fourth photo is showing children celebrating having seen the impact of WASH program, SURWASH program. Thank you.
Very detailed. Thank you very much. And okay, thank you very much. Sincerely, these are all wash photos. Wash photos. When you look at it, the first one is talking about, the first one, can you project properly? The first one is talking about, oh, okay, maybe wash events, workshop training, and all that. The second one is also a wash photo, and washing station somewhere, maybe in front of the school or something in the north. The third photo is also a wash photo. There's toilets. Another conversation maybe is inadequate. People are lining up and all that. But it's still a wash photo. It's talking about the impact. The fourth photo, in front of the toilet, The school children are celebrating. So they are all WASH photos. But in your stories, what should dominate your stories is about impact. That's the message I want to bring out. Your stories, your photos should talk about impact. Do not dwell on, hey, workshop, we have gone to take breakfast and lunch. This is what happened. It shouldn't be in your report. Your report should be more about data. Impact. For example, now, okay, let us give an example. I don't know why I like using Katsina, maybe because I've always been with Katsina people, Katsina validation and the rest of them. Maybe in one of the local government, for example, now, Katsina government through SURWASH constructed a water facility. So the impact in the school, children can now use their toilets, they can wash their hands at the end of the day, no more open defecation. So that is the kind of photos that will sell your story. That is the kind of photos that will sell your story. So that's just the message I want us to understand in this other activity. Can we go ahead? Thank you very much. Do we have SURWASH data sheet that can be passed around? Maybe number of toilets, activities, and all. Then it can be projected. Technical. There's a document for you to project. Is it a link? Huh? Is it a link? Is a link? Okay. No, not link. No, not for me. Not yet. That's later. Okay, she's sending it. Okay. Have you seen it? Okay. Technical. Are we together? Hello, are we together? So this is a SURWASH data sheet from Plateau State. Can you fit to page, please? A little bit. Minimize it. Fit to page. Okay. Can we all see it? Hello, can we all see it? Okay, so this a sample of a SURWASH data sheet from Plateau State. 3 water facilities, 53,789 people benefited. Implementing agency, Plawasa. DLI for 12 water facilities, beneficiaries, and so on and so forth. So the next exercise will be, I just want volunteers. Can you find the most compelling stories? Maybe like 2 paragraphs or one headline, and a story lead. We all know story lead since we're all communication persons. Lead, headline. Do we? Hello, are we together? Okay. Story lead, or just like an introduction of your story. A caption. Can we get a caption? I want volunteers, please. Volunteers. SURWASH data sheet from Plateau State. 53,000 upwards people benefited from 8 water facilities. Can we get headlines from this? Captions from this data sheet? Are we together? Do we have volunteers, please? Do we understand? Okay, I'm fine. Let's just go through. Okay, the question, can you find story ideas from this data sheet? As communication consultants, can you find story ideas? That's just a summary of everything I'm saying. There are a lot of story ideas from this SURWASH data sheet. Do you understand what I'm saying? Can you find story ideas? For many. So, volunteers. All right, ma'am.
My name is Hassana Aminu Madumfashi, Communication Officer, SPCU, Katsina. From this data sheet, we can say over 53,000 people have benefited with potable drinking water from Plateau State.
Yes. Oh.
Yes. Given the statistics we have, you can simply say SURWASH improve life in Plateau State with facilities provision.
Thank you. More volunteers, please.
The fight for open defecation takes the fight for open defecation improves as 125 households get toilet facilities from SURWASH.
More volunteers? Okay.
I want to capture I would say over 300,000 persons benefit from SURWASH assistance. One, two. Total. Looking at the persons now, it's all about impact. So I haven't totaled all this. I haven't totaled the people who are benefiting. I can say over 300,000 persons benefiting from SURWASH assistance.
Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for yourselves. In essence, we're just saying it's possible for you to develop stories around the numbers. There's a lot of data, a lot of numbers. So the role of a communication officer is just for you to see how to simplify it and make people understand the impact of the interventions. So there are a lot of story ideas from this. I love the headlines and the caption, but there are a lot of story ideas from this. You can say Plateau, SURWASH intervenes, 17 WASH institutions, they've gotten water facility. There are a lot of story ideas. Then going beyond the story ideas, who are the direct beneficiaries? Those are the kind of stories our communication consultants should write. You must simplify the data by talking about the impact. We all know we are all moving towards evidence-based reporting. What are the evidence? The evidence is about the impact, project impact on people. Who are the direct beneficiaries? That's the impact. So that's why whatever report you're writing, time up, whatever report you're doing, always emphasize impact. Who are the direct beneficiaries? Next slide, please. Technical. Okay, thank you, technical. The next slide, structure of a human interest story. In everything we have been saying, if you do not understand anything or you've not grasped anything yet, an human interest story, you must introduce the person. The person, that's why I said impact. Who are the direct beneficiaries? That's what makes the story very interesting. Start from the voices from the community, the impact. So introduce the person. Explain the challenge. The person. Let's take it down to maybe Imbese. Imo is one of the SURWASH states. One of the local governments is Imbese, Ezinete, and which one? Which other local government? Abombese. Okay. So Abombese, maybe a primary school in Abombese, interventions through SURWASH. They built toilet facilities, the end of open defecation. So those are the kind of stories that will sell whatever thing you're doing. Are we together? So explain the challenge. Introduce the person. You can start with the school children. You can start with the teachers. Introduce the person. Maybe two students before access to toilets. They do not have toilets. They do not have toilets, so they don't come to school when they are on their menstrual cycle. They are seeing their period. They don't come to school. So with the access to toilets, introduce the challenge. The person explain the challenge. How lack of toilet facilities, deprives children from going to school. So those are the kind of stories we want to be seeing. Then describe the SURWASH intervention. So when he was asking a question about interest, okay, you want to write about human interest story, but what about the underlying interest? So from the SURWASH intervention, you can write about it. When SURWASH came, this is what has changed, before and after, all those kind of stories. Then show evidence of change. This can be through photos. Okay, the dilapidated toilet. Now this is a constructed toilet. Stories can come out from the photos. Then add expert and government views. Interest, experts, maybe hospitals, people no longer come, they don't fall sick from diarrhea. Okay, what government is doing, what Taraba State government is doing, what Plateau State government is doing, add it to your story. Then before you end your report, connect your story to bigger goals. WASH, SDG. WASH is under what SDG? SDG 6. So there's a way you can fine-tune your story, let it connect to the SDGs and also the national development priorities. We know the ODF campaign, national ODF, a lot of things, WASH sector, there are a lot of development interventions that you can connect your story with. Are we together? Next slide. Okay. I don't know. I sent something to your WhatsApp. There are a lot of links. Just click some of the links. I want to show the sample of human interest stories that have been done. UNICEF has been in the WASH sector for a long time. Years, for decades. So there are a lot of stories that their communication persons have done that we can check and get ideas. Can you open some of the links for me? Technical. Okay. Okay, the first one, scroll up, please. The headline, check the, scroll up. Okay, so when if during your free time, you can check some of these links. The man builds toilets so children can grow up safer. So if you have to go through some of these stories and some of these links, you see that the kind of stories that communication persons should be doing should be stories about impact. This is just a summary of everything I want to do. And if you go down the story, can you scroll up, please? Scroll down. Okay. Absolutely. We have TBOs, toilet business owners in the watch sector. That's why I say there are 1,001 stories that you can write from an intervention. There are 1,001 stories that you can write. So look at it now. Okay, this is another one. Toilet help keep children, especially girls in school. This is like a lot of things that we are talking about. The impact is just a summary of whatever thing you're writing. Talk about the impact. Whatever intervention that is happening in your different states, talk about the impact. That's the kind of stories that SURWASH want to see. Impact-driven story. That's just a summary of it. My time is up. I'm sure the next session will talk about the next aspect, how to interview persons to get human interest stories and the rest of them. Thank you very much. Do we have questions? Questions? Yes, questions.
We have time for questions, but let's take the second presentation first. Then there's 15 minutes for questions and interactions. Thank you. Can we give her a round of applause, please? I think if she had told me that she wanted to display some links, we have so many that we have within our sector, within the program that we would have shared with her. So you tell your story based on what we have done before, but that's not too late. We still have them, we'll share them. And so our next presenter is a founder, a principal consultant, and IWA consulting. She runs the IWA consulting firm. She's Olufunke, Madame Olufunke Olufo. She's a strategic communication advisor. She has been in the sector for so many decades, over 2 decades. She was working with the World Bank before, and she's now on her own. She has published so many books. Her career has spanned high impact roles in the private sector. She's a philanthropy, government engagement, and social impact expert. She has worked with Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation before. She's an advisor, senior leader navigating reputable risks, policy and communication, and complex stakeholder engagement environment. Olufunke is known for taking care of very complex situations and creating communication frameworks that are culturally grounded and practically deployable across contexts. Her text, Lagos Talk, How Citizens' Narratives Can Sustain Democracy. She reflects it on her belief in narrative as infrastructure for social change. So she holds a degree, she holds degrees from so many universities, and she's an Harvard-trained personnel. And so she serves in so many boards. As SURWASH, she will lead the section on the development story arc, helping communication officers move beyond activity reporting towards stories that capture real transformation. So I want us to put our hands together and give her a resounding applause as she comes forward to take us through her topic. And I want to beg that you all pay a very close attention to what she will be talking about, so that she will not go back with any information. We have to grab all from her. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Felicia. And thank you so much. I should be carrying you with me everywhere I go so you can be introducing me. That was great. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today. And I look forward to an engaging 2 days with everyone in this room. As Madam Felicia said, my name is Funke Olufon. I'm a founder of Iwa Consulting. And Iwa, if there are any Yoruba people in this room, Iwa is a word that means character. And so I'm a comms person in my DNA. I've been in this field for over 20 years, like she said. And so for me, in everything that we do, character is really the essence of how we're telling our stories, how we're, even as individuals, how we show up in a room. Because again, it's how people experience you. That's the with. And similar to your story, your writing stories, it's the impression leaving people with is what you want them to take away from it. So today's session is, you can start sharing the screen, please. Today's session for me, I love the previous speaker's presentation because it was very practical, it was very hands-on, and she showed you, you know, what are the best practices. My session here is going to now show you the how, and I hope, again, what I recommend is as engaging as possible. If there's anything, please just flag me down. I'll pause. If I'm going too fast, flag me down. I'll slow it down. But again, the whole idea here is to be as interactive as possible. So the first slide, the title slide, please. What I'm doing now is handing it's a structure, not theory, something that you can use to bring whatever stories you've come into this room that you've worked with in the past, something you can use to bring it to life, even before we go to tea break. So before I get into the framework itself, I want to tell you something I've learned the hard way in every sector I've worked, whether it's in the private sector, whether it's with government, whether it's with the development sector, or whether it's in philanthropy. There's the good news and there's the bad news. The good news is that the people doing the work, which is us here, we're almost never the problem. We are not the problem. That's the good news. The work itself, obviously, we're in a work that's talking about the impact of programs in people's lives. The work is not the problem. What breaks down, and this is the bad news, what breaks down is that every single time, the translation between what happened on the ground and what gets written down afterwards, that's where there's usually that gap, right? So again, it's not us. I'm glad we're not the problem. I'm glad the people we're covering are not the problem. But what is breaking down is that translation between what each of us are in the field seeing and how it's translating out. And the translation always has a shape, and that's the framework that I hope I'm able to share with you all today. Next slide, please. So let me start with a question. How many of you have written a report this year? And here we need to be brutally honest. Please don't lie to me. And if you're lying, God is watching you. But how many of you have written a report that you know, if you're being honest, nobody outside your office actually read it? How many of us? Let me say us. Maybe if I include myself in it. God is watching you. Okay, let's take it outside of the profession, because so it's not as if you're not doing your job well. How many of you have written an email, an article, a post, even in your personal places, that, okay, maybe I should make it, let me loosen the criteria a bit, that if you look at the metrics, I'm sure we've all posted something and we're seeing how many views it got or how many, and before you post it, you're like, it's going to go viral. It's going to have like 1 billion thing. And then you look, day 3 is like 3 views. How many of us? You guys are all content creators. You're all going viral. I'm going to have someone pull up their platform and share. How many of us? Thank you. So we're getting a bit more hands in the room. So I'm glad that at least it's relatable. This question is relatable because it's not a writing problem, because all of us here can write. I assume we're all communications people. We can write clearly, we can write competently. So the problem, therefore, is probably a structure problem, in the sense that the facts are all there. right? What's typically missing is the shape that makes someone want to keep reading past the first sentence, right? So the previous speaker said it. We're in a fast-paced environment. We call it the microwave era. If it's not done in 30 seconds, it's too fast, it's too long, right? Most people, and there's so much noise. There's noise and noise meaning everyone is consuming news in different ways, in different format at a very fast pace. So what is it that makes that structure grab people the minute they open whatever it is you're reading? So it's not a writing skill, because if writing and grammar is what we're fixing here, we'll be in a grammar workshop, which this I can tell you is not. So anyone that's thinking this is how to write properly in terms of grammar, that's not what this is. The fix is to see what you can do materially different before you even put a sentence down. Next slide, please. So this would look familiar because the previous speaker, some of the things that she spoke about was showing you real time, right? So I'm giving you, let's start with an example of what a report is and what a story looks like, right? So look at these two lines. The first one says, SURWASH commissioned 40 boreholes in Kebbi State. And the second one, and when Madam was the previous speaker, what's her name? I don't want to keep it. Yes, Madam Tosin. When Madam Tosin used her example, she used Amina, so we're in the spirit, right? In this one, the story is Amina's children haven't missed a day of school since March. Which catches your attention? Amina's story, right? These two things can be the same thing. They can have the same underlying fact. They can be talking about the same program. They can have the same outcome technically, but one is a report and one is a reason to believe, a reason to want to know more. Why are Amina's children, why haven't they missed a day of school since birth, right? That's where you're catching people right from the onset, right? So if you only ever write the first sentence, you're documenting outputs, and outputs on their own rarely move anyone, right? They rarely move anyone to act, to fund, to pay attention. And I like your question in the earlier session in the sense that, why is this important to funders? Like you asked a question earlier about what would make a funder want to read it, right? And I've sat in rooms, as Madam Felicia said, I worked with the World Bank, I've worked with the Gates Foundation. So I've sat in rooms where funders are actually reading a lot of the grantee stories, a lot of the program teams, reports, let's say that, right? And the ones that get remembered are really not the ones that are referenced down to percentages or a line or all of that. The ones that get remembered are the ones that have a name in them. So you would find, for instance, at the Gates Foundation, when Bill's asking, he's like, so who was impacted? Or when he's coming visit, he wants to meet the people. He wants to meet the beneficiaries. Melinda always would want to, and I'm sure a lot of you that have probably followed that, you would see her in hospital rooms talking to women. You would see when she talks a lot, she references people that she's met. She references communities that she's visited. And that's the difference, because we don't want people to see numbers. And I will caveat this by saying this session is about stories, right? So I do not expect that if you're writing a technical report, you are leading with Amina's children went to school. No. So as communications officers, we understand that there is a format depending on what kind of thing you're writing, right? So I just want to put all that out there, that this session is about writing a story. So I want you, nobody should go and say, that madam from Iwa Consulting said that I should always lead with a story. So when you are writing a technical report, you start with a story. Okay, thank you, everyone. That was a welcome interlude. So we can start from slide 4, please. Okay, so next slide. Okay, so we started out with, the difference between a report and a story with those two inner ones. So I'm going to share, we saw earlier the different samples and best practices in the previous session. Now, it's good to say this is the best way to do it. But then, like my kids would always say, you would say, if you tell a child this is the best way to do it and no further instructions, and they just go and come back and it's the same thing. This is the best way to do it. So it's like, okay, can you give me steps? Give me a bit more guidance of how I can do it better. So again, this is how do we solve for this catching and getting that narrative on point. And I use this model, I call it the development story arc. It's a model I use with every institution I work with, whether it's a government agency, a foundation, a program team like yours. And the development story arc is a 4-stage.
You don't see me.
Right? So 4 stages, a 4-stage framework for turning development data into narratives that move people and decision makers. So that's your question, because decision makers is not only funders, it's like also you're also looking at the programmatic people, your program coordinator, the governor, the commissioner, right? These are also people that are critical stakeholders aside from just other people reading the story. And the 4 stages, it's simple, really, if you think of, as the goal is not here to turn everybody into an author or someone that can write a captivating novel. It's to give you something that you can actually hold in your head. So while you're out in the field, notebook in hand, deciding what to ask someone, this template kind of guides how you're asking, how you're interacting, because it's happened to me several times. You go back to your desk after spending a week in the field, and it's like, Chai, this, if I had the answer to this question, or if I had asked this person this thing, it would have just brought my story to life, right? So this template just gives you that framework. And oftentimes we all start with 2 and then leave 2 out. So I will delve right into this. I'm going to walk through each one of these at a time, but I want you to hold this shape in your head first, right? Because the power of it is not in any single stage, it's the sequence. So if you skip one, the whole thing might collapse. So even if the individual sentence you write is good. So remember I said this is not a writing workshop. The assumption is at the baseline, we're all good writers. We're all good with grammar, right? It's the structure that we're trying to look at. Next line, please. So when you think about the framework, you think about it like a bridge. The struggle is on one side. Actually, sorry, previous slide. If you think about the framework, you think about it like a bridge. You think about the struggle on one side, the ripple on the other side. Most reports usually build out the struggle, build out the ripple, and something in between is missing, right? So it's like you have a bridge, but there is no gaps where you can go from one to the other. Next slide, please. So stage 1 is the struggle. The struggle is essentially what it is. What did life look like before your program showed up, right? The mistake most people reach here is starting with statistics. And I alluded to that earlier when I said, when people are thinking back, they're not thinking about percentages. They're not thinking, that story had 95%. Data is good. I think it's already been established that evidence-driven. So I'm not saying ignore data, but again, people start with, 60% of households lacked access to clean water. That's true. That's a fact according to the data, right? But it's also forgettable if you're starting out with that, because nobody can paint a picture of a percentage. Like, can someone help me what percentage looks like in real life? No, you shrugged your shoulders. Yes, exactly. But instead, if you find one person, one moment before the borehole, Amina walked 2 hours each morning to fetch water. Her children still got sick from. Now I see Amina. I see her walking. I see the impact of the problem. She's fetching water that ultimately makes her children fall ill, right? Now the reader has someone to follow. They can picture the walk. They can picture the water. That's the difference between information and a story. One gives you a fact. The other gives you an image that you can't quite put down. So I can bet you that if you leave this workshop, I'm now walking 2 miles. The image of this lady walking with water on her head is still going to stick with us. And so this stage is the easiest, right? Because it's the part that's closest to the needs assessment. It's the part that's closest to the data that you already collect. Is the reason why the project is starting anyways. So the problem is usually, the struggle is usually the easiest part, right? So the discipline here is not finding the information, because like I said, the information is already available. That's why we have the program. But it's translating it into a specific human moment, right? Stage 2 is the turning point. This is the one almost everyone skips. And it's the one that makes the difference between a report and a story. So it's this, in that specific moment, something changed. So we're going from the program was implemented into something that if I were a reader, I could have stood and watched happen. So for instance, the program was implemented can become the day the tap was tested, the first time a child washed their hands without being told to, the morning the WASH committee held its first meeting and someone who had never spoken in a public gathering raised their hand to talk about the impact. These are turning points, right, in the story. So there's a difference between, oh, the program was implemented and something that someone could have been there watching that switch happen or that turning point in the life of someone. If you can't name this, if you can't name that moment or your story doesn't have one yet, that's something you have to go and find. Like where it's so easy to just try to, well, I can try to just coin up something. But again, credibility of our stories, evidence of our stories, it's backs that if someone, it's verifiable. I think that was one of the, when Madam Felicia asked earlier, what's a good story about? Verifiable, right? Yes, so it's usually the point where I see people try to write over this gap. Over time, conditions improved. How many of us have used that in our stories? Over time, conditions improved. Do you understand? Like we've all done it, and it's not inaccurate because it's true. Over time, conditions improve, but that's the difference between what makes someone want to continue reading. Like you started with Amina walking the 2 miles, and you're continuing to the turning point to, you know. So the phrase is doing your work. Turning point should be doing so. And it's not doing it well. Over time, conditions improved is not doing justice to your turning point because it's you're asking the reader to trust you that the conditions have improved instead of you showing them through the lens of someone in that community how the conditions have improved, the turning points. Next slide, please. Stage 3, change in motion. So what's different now? You show it through action, not through adjectives, right? Don't tell me the community is healthier. That's great because I could have known that by reading what's the original report of why we're going into that objective. The goal of this program is because we want over time the community to be healthier. Yet you're now coming back to write a story and you're saying over time the community could be healthier. We could have just picked that from the original program report, right? But instead, show me what that looks like. At the clinic, visits dropped. You show me how the visits dropped at the clinic. You can show me the day, the school that isn't interrupted by illness anymore, the market day that starts earlier because nobody's spending their morning making a 2-hour walk. You're showing me what change now looks like, right? Instead of just blanket statements. So adjectives, again, they're good. There's a reason why they're in grammar, but you're asking the reader to trust you. but instead let them see it themselves, what that change looks like in the communities, right? And so we use phrases like significant improvements. We use phrases like notable progress, because, so my challenge when you go out is, when you see yourself saying notable improvements or significant progress, pause and just think, is there another way I can show this rather than just saying notable improvements or things like that? Stage 4, next slide, the ripple. Now, this one matters because it goes beyond the one story. This is where you're allowed to zoom out, right? I've been talking so far about zooming in on one event, zooming in on a particular thing. Here, you're zooming out and connecting it back to the program. You're connecting it back to the funding. You're connecting it back to the policy implication, the scale of what this could mean for the next community and the next state. This is where, if like a funder is looking at it, they're understanding, oh, it worked here. We can see how we can scale it out. We can see, but again, only after you've earned it. So if you open with a ripple, you've already told the reader the ending before they even had a reason to care about the beginning, right? So let it land as a conclusion, not as a headline, right? So a community without safe water access is a struggle. A working borehole, a trained wash committee, a hand washing station outside a school, that's a turning point. The rest of the arc, so the conclusion would now be what happened after, right? Where has this landed? So if we go back, if we think about, can you go back to slide 4, please? Go back. Go back. Yes, this one. So we've gone through essentially the struggle, the turning point, the change emotion, and the ripple. You've basically built the bridge, right? And all these things, like I said, the whole idea is to make it as simple as possible. Everything I've said is not what we're not already doing. What I'm just saying is now bringing it back to your consciousness, using this, this framework as you're thinking through your stories. Sorry, I keep making you jump around. Now back to slide 9. Yes. So I'm just going to flag the 3 mistakes that I see often. And I'm not saying anybody here makes those mistakes because I'm sure you guys are all perfect. But I'm hoping that as we're thinking about it, okay, I guess not. So the 3 mistakes I see often, and I'm sure you probably have recognized it in something you've written in the past. And I want you to think as I go through these about a specific thing you've written, because again, I'm preaching, don't make it abstract. So also, as I'm pointing these out, I'm not going to ask anyone to raise their hands to show, but we all know what we've written. We all know how we've written. So just think back and see if these are things that are applicable to. But again, like I said, everyone's perfect here, so it probably doesn't apply to you, but I'll go along anyways. Let's go to the next slide, please. So we're starting with the institution, not the person. Now, I've worked with enough government partners to know that there's a pressure to talk about what the government is doing. There's a pressure to talk about what the governor is doing. I remember when I worked and we had to do a joint press release. It was always pulling teeth with you people because it's like it would start with, and then the commissioner, and then the governor, and then and I mean, I developed a rapport with my counterparts to the fact where they told me, Madam, we need to write it. There is no way around it because it's my job. It's great for you people at the World Bank because you people don't have that pressure. But my allegiance is to make sure that I'm painting my governor, I'm painting my commissioner. So I understand, completely get it. And the idea is not to, and where I always landed, so let me use it more practical, where the sweet spots when I with program and communications officers on the government side is that we can balance it. But let's not start with the governor in his 1996 campaign promised that every child will not die. and no child has died in the States. Let's not start with that. So let's start with so the problem is usually starting with the institution, not the person. And this, again, like I said, it can be a function of just the nature of your roles. That's what it requires, that you pay homage to the institution over the person. Standing that is finding that balance. And my thing is, when we say SURWASH commissioned 40 boreholes versus Amina's children haven't missed a day in school, further down the line, you can get an expert's quotes in there, right? So you can always balance it. Same fact, different entry points. So if your first sentence is about your organization, and this is not only about the government, also on this side as well, when I was, working for institutions, there is always that need to put your institution in a good light, because that's exactly why we're being paid as communications officers for the institutions. So if your first sentence is about your organization, you've lost the reader before they've even met anyone worth caring about, right? So the mistake isn't, again, not a writing choice, it's an instinct, because we know where our bread is buttered. So instinctively, we always want to go towards making sure that we're highlighting our institutions. We're trained to lead with who did the work, because that's the way internal reporting works. And that's how accountability gets tracked. So these are all truths in every organization, whether it's government, whether it's private sector. These are what internally people want us to showcase. But your reader doesn't care about who gets the credit in the first sentence. They care about whether they should keep reading it. So you can give you credit somewhere down the line, but again, how are we pulling them in? So that's the first mistake, positioning institutions or person. Next slide, please. Mistake 2 is skipping straight to the turning point. So I alluded to this earlier when we talk about the turning point. You just go straight from before to after, nothing in between, right? And that gap makes the story seem like a press release instead of something true. And readers can tell the difference. Even if you articulate the why, they just feel less inclined to trust. Again, if there's nothing there that they can relate to human factor in it. So for instance, data and research has shown that most people tend to believe people that look like them. You tend to gravitate to people that share your beliefs. You tend to gravitate to people that look like you. That's just the way human nature is configured, right? So people respond better to humanness than just numbers. So I'd say, again, it's the hardest state to find, the turning point, because it actually requires you asking someone, what has this day changed for you? Just a simple question. You've gotten your turning point right there, right? So again, as we're in the field, these are just tips I say put under your hat, right? And sitting in that answer, instead of just when you get there, you just say, oh, and then there were significant changes. But if you've trained your mind to ask certain questions from individuals that are actually beneficiaries, that's easy to get that turning point, because the person has told you in their own words. And as a comms officer, it's now then to just, make it work. The third mistake, next slide, please. Ending the ripple too early. Can you imagine reading a book? You've only gotten to the middle of the page. You are following it avidly, and then you see the end right in the middle. What did you say? Did you say Nigerian film? Okay. Oh, that's hilarious. So if your opening, for instance, is this initiative empowers communities, you've given away your conclusion before they even got to read your article. Why would anyone keep reading if you've already put your ripple before everything else, right? So again, save those types of sentences. Let your story earn it. Let show, don't tell, I guess would be the thing. So I think about this as a thesis first trap. We're taught in school to state our arguments up front. I stand here before you to show you how this, that. No, I'm challenging us to think about not what we've been taught, but that works for an essay. I stand before you, it works for you, but it doesn't work for a story, because the story's job is to make someone feel the truth of a conclusion before you even say it out loud. So I know there's going to be activities later. So I hope, and I can share this. Oh, we can take an activity. Okay. So let's stop talking. I think Madam Felicia told you to bring a story idea or one that you've written with you today. So I'm going to take just 2 or 3 people. Next slide. Sorry, next slide, please. And use that framework. So, or you can make up a story if you don't have one, but I hope you're using a real story because we're not writing fiction here. We're writing actual lives, right? So a story idea that you've brought with you or that you have, and if I can just get like 2 or 3 volunteers, depending on what time allows, and answer the question based on this framework, or tell me the story very quickly. You can use 5 sentences the story, right? What's the specific day change? Who was there? What did it look like? Who can we get? 2 or 3 volunteers to put this framework to practice? I will start with the people pressing their phone first. Madam, why did you stop? You should have continued now. Get 2 or 3 volunteers to put the framework. I know communications people are not shy. I think that's been said already. Otherwise, Madam Felicia can help me select. Thank you. We got one. Oh, we got a volunteer over there. Katina Benway, please show your hands. Madam, is Katina in the room with us? You are in front. Benway, is Benway in the room with us? Oh, okay, Benway is talking. Okay, go ahead, sir. Yes.
Last month, thereabout, the delegation from the Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation came to Benin State to pay a courtesy call on the Honorable Commissioner regarding the commencement of the SURWASH program. After the meeting, and I developed this story, it was also published online, and I shared it equally with the focal person. I start the story like this. The Benin State government has reaffirmed its readiness to commence full implementation of the sustainable urban and rural water supply, sanitation, and hygiene program aid at improving access to clean water, sanitation, and hygiene services across the state. The Honorable Commissioner, Benin State Minister of Water Resources, Environment, and Climate Change, Honorable Odo Ogu, stated it while addressing the implementation team from the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, who paid in a courtesy call today in his office. According to the Honorable Commissioner, the administration of Governor Hyacinth earlier was fully committed to ensuring the successful implementation of the World Bank's supported program, saying that all necessary institutional, technical, and administrative arrangements are being strengthened to enable the state to meet the program's objective. He explained that the SURWASH program will expand access to safe and sustainable water supply, improve sanitation facilities, promote good hygiene practices, and strengthen the capacity of relevant institutions responsible for water service delivery. The initiative is also expected to improve public health, reduce waterborne diseases, and enhance the quality of life for residents, particularly in underserved rural and urban communities. The Commissioner has further stated that all the implementing agencies, development partners, local government councils, traditional rulers, community leaders, civil society organizations, and residents will be met and engaged to support the successful implementation of the program through active participation and proper maintenance of water and sanitation facilities in the selected local government areas in the state. He reiterated that the Benin State government remains committed to delivering sustainable water infrastructure and ensuring that every citizen has access to safe drinking water in line with national development priorities and the World Bank supported program. Earlier in her presentation, the team lead of the SURWASH implementation team for the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation, Mrs. Damilola Akomolafe, has said that the essence of the visit was to introduce the program to the state for official commencement and not to onboard the state newly. She explained that the team was in the ministry to present the overview of the program to know how prepared is the state through their work plan and the expected outcome of it ahead of the financial disbursement in October this year. Ms. Akomolafe has further stated that.
Sorry, sir. Thank you. I think I've got what I needed to get. Your story your reports, sir, has given me everything I wanted. Now, let me ask you a question before I say anything else. Was that a story or a report? News report. Okay. It read like a report. So if you were to, let me give you a challenge and we can come back to you while you think about it. If you were to write that as a story, what would you lead with based on what we've just shared? And you can tell me to come back. What would you lead with? Can we project that slide 4 that has the wave? Yes.
I will lead it with the presence of the team in the state as regard to the commencement of the program. That will make people to pay particular attention to, although the program has not started. It has not started. So we cannot bring the impact of it fully by evidence of what has been done one way or the other.
Okay, so your program hasn't started. Okay. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Good afternoon once again, or good morning, which one? Good morning once again. There was a workshop on data management, implementing agencies, and the 23 selected LGS. So I was able to develop this. Katsina State Implementation Unit of the Sustainable Urban Rural Water Supply, Sanitation and Hygiene SURWASH has organized a two-day workshop on data management. The workshop held at the conference SPCU was organized for monitoring and evaluation officers of the implementing agencies and the 3 selected LGS. Declaring the workshop opened, the program coordinator, Katsina SPCU, Nya Aminu Dayabu Safana, represented by the communication officer, welcomed the participants and enjoined them attentively to what will be discussed during the work.
Sorry, madam, is that a report or a story?
This is a report.
Do we have a story? Anybody have a story? Who has a story? Story, yes, please. Madam, I want to come back to you, but please pull up a story for me, not a report. We'll come back to you. Who has a story? Yes. Please go ahead.
Okay. Women at the heart of water in Plateau State, SURWASH stories. In many communities across Plateau State, water has long shaped the daily lives of women and girls. From early morning walks to distant water sources, to managing household hygiene, the burden of inadequate water service delivery has traditionally fallen on them. Today, through sustainable urban and rural water supply and sanitation and hygiene SURWASH program, the story is gradually changing. On World Water Day 2026, with the global theme, Water and Gender, the Plateau State Ministry of Water Resources highlights how placing women at the center of water governance leading to more sustainable and equitable outcomes. In SURWASH supported rural communities and small towns across Jos South, Mongu, Bokos, Lantern North, and Wasi local government areas, women now serve as active members of water, sanitation and hygiene committees, that's the WashCom, and water consumer associations, that's the WCAs. They contribute to decision on borehole setting, water point management, and sanitation facility maintenance. Their involvement has reduced system breakdowns, improved hygiene practices, and strengthened accountability at the community level, where communities such as 17 isolated water schemes
and over 350 rehabilitated and newly constructed hand pump boreholes and simple solar boreholes are placed. For Nanklin, a mother of 5 from a SURWASH supported community in Mangu local government area, access to a functional water facility has transformed daily life. Before, that's for the Nanklin, what she was saying, before we spent hours looking for water. Now water is close and I have time for my small business and my children, she says. Stories like Nanklin reflect the ripple effect of gender-responsive water investments. In urban and peri-urban areas of Jos South, SURWASH interventions have improved access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene services in schools and healthcare facilities. Now, girls now attend schools more regularly and arrive on time, while women, health workers report improved hygiene and reduced water-related illnesses among patients. These achievements include the rehabilitation of Yelwa Bukuru water treatment plant, the rehabilitation of Bukuru overhead tank, the construction and installation of approximately 16 kilometers of new water distribution pipeline within Gel and surrounding communities, among other interventions. In addition to such strides in leadership, such as appointment of a woman as the head of Water Regulatory Commission, women professionals are now playing critical role in shaping SURWASH implementation in Plateau State. Can I go on?
No, it's fine. Thank you so much for sharing that. Please give a round of applause. And the previous speakers as well. So let me ask you a question. What would you change, considering what you've heard in that story? Do you think it works? Do you think it's fine? What would you change in your story that you read? Okay. You started out with, can you read just your opening lines again?
In many communities across Plateau State, water has long shaped the daily lives of women and girls. From early morning walks to distant water sources to managing household hygiene, the burden of inadequate water service delivery has traditionally fallen on them.
So if I were to substitute that, and that's basically telling people what's happened. If I put a woman as the center of that, in that line, that opening line, what you've read to me, I could have sworn, even if you didn't tell me who you were, I've read it a billion times in different places, in different ways, right? But what's unique to every one of you in your community is the impact on an individual. What you read, it can be a WASH program funded by USAID in your state. It can be this funded by this person in another state. It's a template and it works, right? But as we're thinking about this virality of how can we get people to not swipe, oh, okay, great, they've done something. I can already tell where this is going. It's a good thing, but I already know what it is. But what could be is if you're starting an individual, someone where every single line, every single sentence in that line, you're showing it through the lens of a person. Now, for me, I'm interested because I want to see what happened in this person's life. Oh, you know, what's going on here? So what I would change, yes, change in motion, exactly. But as much as possible, show, don't tell, would be what I would recommend based on this framework, right? Because if we say we're starting with an individual and we're starting with a person, and not every time, because after a while, then everybody's story is starting with an individual. Now we all have the same story we're telling. But again, individual lives in each community is probably going to be different. So it can never be the same way. You can have someone else dressed like me, same wig, same jacket, same, but we're not the same when you open the book that is us, right? And so that's where the added advantage, where you are no longer generic. My team knows that that's my favorite word that I hate, generic. where it can be anyone that could have written it. It could have happened anywhere else. What's your differentiating factor? What makes your program, what difference did it make in your community? What difference did it make in his community? That's what we want to show, not tell. Do we have one more? Do we have time now for one more? Yes, please. Oh, we have two more. Yes, please.
From Kaduna, Bulus Godwin, ma'am. Kaduna's path to clean water, a success story. In Kaduna State, a quiet revolution is improving daily life for hundreds of thousands of people. The Rural Water Supply and Sanitation Agency, RUWASA, is expanding access to clean water and dignifying sanitation in communities that have long been underserved. One, the first challenge we identify is that before many rural and peri-urban areas in Kaduna struggle with unreliable water sources and inadequate sanitation, residents often relied on unsafe open wells and surface water, exposing families to waterborne diseases like cholera, typhoid, and the burden fell hampered on women and children who spend hours each day collecting water and miss schools or work due to illness. The solution here, through RUWASA, the Kaduna State government prioritized sustainable community-centered infrastructure. Key actions include constructing modern gender-sensitive toilet facilities in public schools and primary health clinics to improve hygiene and privacy. 2, rehabilitating and installing solar power boreholes and hand pumps in underserved communities, reducing dependency on fuel and grid electricity. Turning local water and sanitation communities to manage and maintain facilities, ensuring long-term functionality. And the impact. Should I?
know your story as you're reading it. It's like my story that I started here when I talked about Amina, because I'm listening to your story and you're talking about how there were illnesses, children with illnesses. You were talking about how the burden funds on women and children. You were talking about how they go long distances. It's essentially, it's like I read Kaduna's story and turned it into an example here. But again, the framework, excellent for both stories, right? But again, show, not tell. So you could have basically what you've said started with a person or an individual or a community or something, right? And then give it life. And not to say that everything must be a novel. You can now talk about the impact where you talked about some of the impacts that has been made. All we need to do is now just say, you know, in the life of Amina, let's stay with Amina. In the life of Amina, there's been XXX, and then you now map out the impacts that you've stated in your bullet points, right? But again, what you've done is, I'm now not reading your facts, your data, your this, just abstract, because I still have her image in my head. I followed how Amina started walking. I followed how children got illnesses, and then the impact. Just continue with that storyline, right? But then you're now intertwining it with your actual information and statistics or whatever. What you've done is because I've already started. Now I need to know what happens with Amina and her children. Do they die? I mean, do they get better? So I'm already emotionally invested in that story versus, I think I love the way the first speaker is dry reporting. It's not inaccurate, right? But again, when you started, I used to write like that all the time. And a lot of development writers, that's how we all write. We state facts, we state impact, we all do it. But now the challenge is now tell it through the lens of either a community or an individual or do you understand? I think women in your previous one, you were saying how women are now participating. If you had used the story of someone, now I can see how she's empowered. An actual individual or an actual thing of women are now empowered to participate. They now have their own committees, et cetera, et cetera. Does that make sense? I hope we're able to now understand the trend of exactly, thank you, structure, the structure of how we go. Thank you, sir. That's very good. Thank you. So I'll just go to the next slide. And because in the interest of time, Next slide, please. Next slide. So again, I said this, you already have the pieces. You already have the struggles. You already have the ripple. Now it's to just, hunt for the turning point. So all the pieces are there. All the pieces are there. The facts are there. The data is there. It's how can you leverage everything you have and make it alive is really the challenge that I'm putting on anyone. That's it. I guess the next slide. I think the last thing I would say, the challenge I give everyone is make it come alive. Otherwise, you are just another story in the millions of development stories that are out there by the millions of development agencies that are making impact in the millions of communities across the continent and the world. So what makes your community different, right? Otherwise, you're just another impact story. But what makes your community, what makes your state, what makes yours different? Otherwise, you're a template, right? So that's, and nobody wants to be a template. Nobody wants to be generic. So that's the challenge I'm giving everyone. As you're thinking through this, always ask yourself, is this a template? Or how am I showcasing my community, my state, well, I guess governor, if you want to add the governor to it. That is it for me. Thank you all. I'm sure there'll be questions later. I'm still around for the next 2 days. My name is Funke Olufon. I'm the founder of Iwa Consulting. I have my colleague Augustus in the room with us. If anyone needs any other information or you find this useful, even beyond today, those are my profiles and our website is at the bottom of this. The slides would also be available at the end of this workshop. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. I think we still need you here. And then, no, right here. So we are inviting Tosin over here. And so media, there's a last item I shared with you, just project it, please. And so we are going to project the story from Plateau. And then the practical hands-on exercises, our two facilitators will take us through. It's a 15 minutes angle hunt. So participants will take one of their raw ideas, which we are projecting Plateau, and pitch the specific angle and hook to a partner. Thank you. So that leaves us with an assignment. So it gives us a practical lesson on how to structure our story or reports and then get back. So we are waiting for you, media.
Can you scroll up for those who don't have the copy yet? So maybe they'll follow online from the screen. Have the copies. Hello, are we together? Do we all have the copies? Have we gone through the report? Have we all gone through the report? Hello, are we together? Okay. Can you scroll down to the 4th paragraph? For Nankling. Have we all gone through this report? I do not want us to read all over again since you've gone through. Okay, so if I am to write this report or this story as a development reporting, I think I'll start with the 4th paragraph. Is humanized. That's the summary of what we're saying, impact. For Nankli, a mother. Can you scroll down, please, to paragraph 4? Paragraph 4, the next paragraph. Yes? Okay. Can we all see what's on the board? Projected. For Nankli, a mother of 4 from a SURWASH-supported community in Mangu, access to water facility has transformed a daily life. That is the impact of the intervention. That has brought humanity, empathy into your story. And it's talking about the impact for people. So if I am to write this report as a development communicator, you start with that impact. It draws attention. There's a lot of emotion, you know. Everyone wants to read, oh, see what is happening in Plateau, following that intervention. I think that's the way I want to start a story. And also, if you start with that, then your 2nd paragraph will be the 1st paragraph. In many communities across Plateau, you now talk about the challenge. Remember what I projected before I ended my presentation. The people, person, before the challenge, then the intervention. That makes a human interest story interesting. Are we together? People, challenge, impact. People, challenge, impact. The community, the beneficiaries. What intervention happened? How did it impact on them? Positive, negative, people. Always start with the people. That's what a development communicator should talk about. And also don't forget about behavior change. Behavior change communication. Whatever thing you're writing, behavior change. How has it impacted on people? I think I would like to stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We already familiar with your story. I think midway through my presentation, I already shared, we all have the facts. We all have the different elements, right? And a guy in gray there said, what's missing is the structure. So I'm looking at this and I'm looking at it again, just mapping it against the framework, right? Of struggle, turning point, change, emotion, and then ripple. To what she said, if I agree, we start with Nanklin, right? So if we're looking at this, let me just summarize what I'm reading in this story. Many communities across Plateau State, it shaped the daily lives of women. So that's the struggle, right? Put Nanklin in there. Let's assume Nanklin. Let's just go with Nanklin since she's already in there. So starting with water has long shape, Nanklin walks early morning, distance, etc., etc. She struck her and so many other women struggle with, etc., right? We're starting that's the struggle. But now we're starting with Nanklin. We're following her story, right? The turning point. So you have on World Water Day, the global theme, you're trying to frame this within a particular moment where I'm assuming this was published on World Water Day. So it makes sense. That's why we're writing this, right? So where we now have in SURWASH supported rural communities, women now serve as active members of WashComs, right? Let's assume Nanklin is one of the members of now, she now has that, right? Now, where you now have water is close, I have my small businesses. The turning point, if I were to frame this story, so we started with Nanklin and her struggles. The turning point is a day when they were now, so you can say, they're now members of WashCom, and on a day where something was passed, where their inputs defined closer boreholes, where their inputs defined something, and because now they're part of the decision making. That's what you're saying. So I'm following the story of Nanklin, her struggle, her and other women, and it doesn't have to be Nanklin and her other fellow women in this community. Your turning point is, you've already told us that one of the things that has come out of this is now they're part of the decision in this WashCom. So the effect of that decision is, for instance, the turning point is the day they were having that and something passed where their inputs ensured that and took into their struggle. And so because of that, they were able to now input into where you say water is close and now I have small business, right? So that decision could be a moment in time where you're picking that. The change in motion, like you've said, is now women now have access to, the last paragraph on this first page. In urban and peri-urban, girls now attend more school regular. That's your change in motion, right? You are now saying what has changed different. That's your change in motion. And then your ripple. Now you're taking it out. You've taken it out. Now that's where in notably women constitute, et cetera, evidence from Plateau State shows. So now you've brought it back to the programmatic. So again, your story has all the elements. It's just now, how are you now exactly arranging them, and how are you now placing a human in the center, placing a community in the center. So now I can imagine when you talk about Nanklin, traveling hundreds of miles or however long, kilometers, I can see her struggle, right? Her turning point, I can see how now she's involved in the decision-making process through one of these WashCom. And in this thing, they were able to take a decision that enabled women have closer access or whatever the decision is. But I'm still following that story, but it still aligns with what you're trying to communicate in this, right? The change in motion, you're now talking about how the interventions have improved. But again, so now we're following a storyline, right? So now I'm heavily invested. At the end of this, I'm like, oh, wow. One person's life was changed through this. And now I can see it through the lens of the people that have experienced this and the impact in their life. Not sure if that helps.
They all have said, we can also, in telling this story, have pictures of Nanklin before and Nanklin now. So it makes the story catchy and readable. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think, are we?
Spirit of show, not tell. As I'm standing here and I'm remembering an experience, can someone share, can they share that link I wrote a feature story. It was a World Bank project. Does anybody know Fadama? So this was, again, I sat in the seats, a lot of you are sitting on the World Bank side, and I wrote this story. And let me read my own story so you can judge me unfairly. So in Fadama, in Nigeria, Fadama is synonymous with a decline in poverty. Can you scroll down? This is a picture from the community that I visited. So I was in the field. Can you scroll down? So it starts in many parts of Africa, a series of laudatory appellations called praise songs are widely used to capture the essence of a person or objects being praised. In the Inyi village, sorry, my eyesight is really bad, community in Enugu State, the Fadama project has earned its own praise song. So you are hearing this. This has nothing to do with, and then something 60%. I've essentially started this story based on what I experienced. How can a project earn its own praise song? I've brought in their culture into this. Fadama has made so much. So it says, oh, thank you. In many parts of Africa, a series of laudatory appreciation called praise songs. We can all relate to that. We're all African. Everybody can think back to your own community and know that, pray when you start to Yoruba people would say Oriki, celebration. And so basically I turned Fadama because that was what I experienced. They actually started, Fadama had its own praise song in their community just because of that impact. A new women gather in the village hall, dancing and chanting in unison. I'm not Igbo, but that's what they chanted. But it translates to Fadama, poverty has run away. There is no more poverty, right? So I'm leading with something. I picture women dancing. I can already see the picture that was taken was them dancing. But you can see now this is a story. I'm interested to see what happens. So I won't go into it. The link will be there. But essentially, this is, so now I can now go with within selected states of high blah, 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 additional financing linked to the projects. I'm sure you'll go through that practical of how to link stories, et cetera, et cetera. But I just wanted to show this as an example. So it's not like this madam just came and spoke plenty English. She walked in our shoes before. But essentially, this for me was a way I could translate what I felt in the moment when I was in the field into a way, because I had never heard of anybody singing a World Bank project in their language in praise. And so this is just a sample, but I'm sure the link will be available. Thank you.
We had that too in Plateau, where we went to a community and the women came out and they were dancing because they've suffered so much. So when the borehole facility, a particular man who is a retiree and returned back to the village requested for the BOQ. And so as the consultants were working, the contractor was working, he was following suit with his book in his hands to ensure that the depth, everything they were using were in right proportion was as of what was in the BOQ. At the end of the day, the women came out to dance and we had the World Bank practice manager in that team. She was so excited. So that's another new story for Plateau. Write your story on that. So can we please take a picture? Facilitators, they've been so wonderful, and I must attest to it that we are all happy with what we have seen this morning. And this is just a tip of the iceberg. After the tea break, we are coming back for another practical sections again. So I wish us all the best and thank you for your concentration. Thank you. So the tea break is just out here. Our facilitators will lead. And then Mr. Ebere, please lead our facilitators to the tea break session, then the states can follow, please. Thank you so much, my colleagues, for your support.
But when you see me, come serve it up. I mean, when you serve it up, the body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide, feeling up my mind. I just don't know why.
Sorry, I'll disturb you. Can you please check if there are some of us still there and tell them to come more? Thank you. Can we have a agenda display, please? Just keep it at the back table there. Right, we are all welcome back from the tea break. We are going on now for another section, which will take us for another 2 hours because we have a lot of practical activity to do along the line. Then the module 2 of today's activity is writing for the digital writer. And so we are the speakers for this afternoon. We have Mr. Chuka Agu, who will. Mr. Chuka, are you ready? Okay, so Mr. Chuka is going to take us through, through the use of AI, ethical storytelling, and responsible representation, telling powerful stories without exploiting the subjects. So while we are waiting, I think they are ready. Okay. So Mr. Chuka is from the World Bank. He's our communication specialist from the World Bank. And please don't call him Mr. Chuka, call him CJ. Sounds better.
Good morning. Sorry, I didn't wear the right shoes. So I'm slipping and sliding. So I'm going to take off my shoes. Okay. So this the discussion we're going to have now is more me and you. Not even interactive, it's more me and you. It's more let's talk first. Gist because sorry, is anybody? It's more gist because I'm tired of and I don't want you people to sleep. So it's pressure. Okay, so we're breaking this session into two. I'll take some, he'll take some. The idea of what I want to talk to you about is why we need to tell use images or when we take pictures of our beneficiaries, our the families we impact, these people we impact with, why we need to be considerate of their rights, be considerate of how we make them appear. Not privacy is one of it, but we need to be considerate of how we represent them because we are also representing them. A lot of times they might not see the final products of what we use their images for. But let me give you an example. Imagine you're driving on the streets of Abuja and you see a billboard with your picture on it. And they say,
We sell the best groundnuts. Patronize us today, call this number, and there's a picture of you throwing granite in your mouth. How will you feel? They will pay. Good. A good example, VDM versus Be Lord. Let me give you fast. The VDM boy's picture and does a billboard selling his own product, saying this VDM boy has endorsed his product, getting people who like the VDM boy to buy his product or use his product. And the VDM boy sued him, and he ended up in jail for a while or something. That's just, it was unnecessary. It was a very amateur communications fail. You know, whoever is this communications guy needs to be fired, because that was a terrible move. Is this presentation still not ready? I'm using the gist tool for the presentation to ready. So let's just be gisting until it's ready. Oh, it's not ready. Okay, let's move to the next slide. Slide 4. Okay, see this image. The question is, what does this image communicate to you? Of course, it's poverty now. We all know it's poverty by default. This is the international poverty look for nations that are developing. You know, this is what sells. This is what will make somebody click and say, oh, they are suffering in that country. Let's give them money. Okay. Do you think they took permission from these children? Imagine if this boy is a governor today. Imagine how he will feel seeing his pictures or his images like this. You know, no permission taken. His parents didn't consent to it. Somebody just came and did photography for a project that they are working on in their village, and took him and his friends when they were playing ball. They say, come and stand together. Let's take a picture of you. You know, what does this one communicate to you? But you know, at the end of the day, what our projects are trying to do is end poverty, right? We can end poverty without making ourselves look like we're beggars. That the idea is your images, the images we put, the kind of pictures we put out should show that we have potential. We are a robust people. We're a big country. Why we are collecting your money is not our fault, but you know, your money is not coming to rescue us from death like this. Show the next slide. See this image. Maternal health, right? It's basically showing that there's a project that came to support women, to reduce the number of women that die during childbirth. This is a beautiful picture. It shows the baby happy. Hopefully somebody took permission from the mother to use the daughter's image for their project and all. So bringing it down to what he's going to talk about, consent forms are important when you take pictures. You must take permission from the client whenever whatever picture, whether it's on your phone, whether it's on you must take permission. And either they do a thumbprint or they sign somewhere, you must have permissions for every image they are putting, because you know you're going to start writing a lot of stories now, and every story must contain an image. So whatever image you're putting must have consent. We don't want anybody suing SURWASH and then the bill coming to land on your head. Secondly is that when you're taking images, you need to be sure that you're not selling poverty. You're not selling helplessness. There's a word we call exploitative journalism. So you're taking advantage of people's suffering to boost your career. Like, so you notice, I want to see if there's any white person in the room. So you know when white people, you know when white people come to Nigeria and they want to boost their career, they want to do CNN coverage, they want to do they don't go to VIO, they don't go to Lekki or Marina, they go to Ikorodu or Morocco. That's where and that's what they used to boost their career. That's exploitative writing or exploitative journalism. That's not what we are trying to achieve. We are trying to show the best of us, and to show that we are actually making impact in the lives of the people that we're, trying to support. I've left it for him. Here's my shoe.
Thank you, Mr. C. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is I'm Takeout Media. So we are the communications consultants working on the SURWASH project with the FPCU. And some of you might have seen me during our pre-testing workshop, but I am most familiar with Madam Rayab from Plateau State and Madam Asana from Katsina. We had a pilot campaign in Katsina with her. It was very hot, but nice to meet every one of us. Please go to slide, just to build on, as already mentioned. The importance of this entire workshop is rather like our first two facilitators have emphasized, and many stories matter. Stories can be used to dehumanize people, but stories can also be used to elevate and empower them. And one of the things put into our mind today's session, like what he was talking about, is it that there are no poor people living in Ikorodu and Ajegule and all of those places? There are, but that is a singular story about the entire nation. I remember, I think about 10 years ago, an American rapper came to Nigeria and he made a video of the people in the audience, and people were commenting abroad that, wait, people in Nigeria have iPhones? That was funny, but the truth about that experience is that they only think people in Nigeria don't have iPhones because of the type of images that for them. So which is why today's session is important. As we are going to be telling new information platform will be launched, it is very important that stories that we tell. The next slide. The focus of our session is to trust. So now, why? Okay, yes. What is ethical storytelling? And I emphasize on ethical storytelling. We're looking at a practice of telling stories that are truthful, respectful, and accurate. And you can tell those stories using all of the approach we've learned since morning, using a couple of other things that come together to harmonize the final output of what your story is. Today we've learned how to develop, like when our facilitator was talking about developing a storytelling arc, I was taking notes because that was such a powerful question, because you have a great story within the data that you collect. If there is no arc that make people engage with that story, you've lost the intent of that publication, because all you have are numbers. People will only reference it, but they will never remember this, because they will just be thinking, oh, the article where we saw that there are 2 million Nigerians living with so this, but nobody will remember the story of that community or that people because you didn't give them a. So our stories must be truthful. They must respect dignity. They must privacy and verify every information that we put out. So you don't want to put out 5 numbers and at the end of the day, like he mentioned, those things have ripple effects. You could think that nobody is fact checking it. We are just a local community in Yenegua until they need that data for something, and then you get a lawsuit. Then you must respect people fairly, which includes properly showcasing their context, balancing their narrative and then using their own words, then consider the impact of the story you want to tell, which is why you see throughout this presentation, I'll be referencing a session on developing a storytelling. Next slide. So there are two things I would want to emphasize, and they are effective and ethical storytelling. So before we go there, I think you should a slide for slide 7, why ethical storytelling matters. To build trust, encourage accountability, inspire action, strengthen partnership, and preserve institutional memory. So I'll give us a short illustration here. So imagine I come to your house, you give me food, we finish talking, and then the next thing that happens, you see I publish a story on my blog about how wicked Igbo women had to their host. And I mentioned on so day, I went to visit Madam Nkiru in so place. The next time I come to your house to visit you, you obviously are going to suspect that I came there to fish for information, right? So there is an author, the author of In Cold Blood, I think. He had a group of friends, social friends. This is a real life story. You can check it online. Social friends, and they were all married women. He only became friends with them. Just imagine somebody being friends with all the top women in our society today in Nigeria. And as they were having crisis in their marriages, do you know what this guy was doing? When they would mention it to him, he would catalog the story and publish all of the crises in those women's marriages in a book. You will lose trust. Ethical storytelling matters. So now let's go into exploitative and ethical storytelling. I will show us an illustration just shortly. So for exploitative storytelling is that you might not even be looking at exploiting the people itself. Immediately you shift your narrative from dignifying those people to seeking sympathy. You want to clickbait us. So you use that picture of the children that are malnourished so that people can clickbait. You are seeking sympathy. The story automatically shifts from empowering those children to using them. So you lose them instantly. Then exploitative storytelling also uses people as content. Remember on the slide that had the hungry children, the question on that was, are they just a statistic? When the people involved in your story are just a statistic to you, then you've lost the point of your story. You shouldn't even be trusted to cover that narrative. Then when you focus only on the problems in those communities, remember what I was saying earlier, many stories matter. And a very important video to illustrate that online, you can check it, I think it's by Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, The Dangers of a Single Story. No matter how poor those people in Ikorodu are, their poverty is not the only thing about them. There are complexities in those people's life that must be captured also in your story. She told us about the people dancing and singing and celebrating, right? I think Iadama. So if you look at that story, are you telling me that their life can only be pinpointed to them dancing and singing? They are married women. They are people's sisters. They are loved at home. There are things that go into their life. There are people who are core examples of what we need to strengthen our economic power in this society if they can be empowered. But when you reduce that woman to the woman who came to the market square with a tattered wrapper, you've lost her and you've lost the entire point. You remove their context, you speak for communities, and then you create stereotypes of that community instead of illustrating the humanity of the people. But ethical story, on the other hand, seeks to build understanding. So for the person who is the white man, like Mr. CJ has illustrated, who only thinks of Africa as a place where people are living in trees and they don't have iPhone or access to internet, what your story does is that it builds a bridge of understanding between what they knew about Africa and what possibly can come out of it. A lot of people around the world knows about the WASH project. For the average white man living in Europe, he might just think that when it comes to wash facilities in Nigeria, I'm guessing it's most definitely worse than it is in other countries because they just think of that single narrative of Africa. So when you begin to show stories like Yadama's stories, they see that beyond the inaccessibility to those wash facilities, these are communities of people who are thriving to work on development. Already something shifts in their mind. It seeks to build understanding. It treats people as partners rather than statistics. Your story shows progress and resilience rather than just illustrating a single problem. And it provides the much needed context into those people's life, as well as give community a voice to speak for themselves. What happens, instead of just saying what's happening in the community, why don't you take a quote from the people? One of the things that Madam Asana did when we went to Katsina for our pilots campaign. Oh, Madam Felicia was there with us. They went through great stress. She said that they were very intentional about ensuring that we had a representative from every single community where the program had presence, which meant that on that day of our pilot campaign, we had to wait a bit because some people were coming from very far places. Some could not even speak English, but they ensured that when you go back to that community, the people already feel valued. They feel represented in the narrative that SURWASH is trying to paint in that community. But if you write them off that, those people don't really matter, they've not made much progress, then you've lost the narrative. We need to preserve integrity. So I have two stories illustrated in the next slide. One is exploitative and the other one is an ethical rewrite of the same story. So I'll read it for you. The first story says, okay, does somebody want to read for us? Any volunteer?
Flies won her leaking huts. Thanks to SURWASH, these poor villages finally have toilets. A weeping Miriam thanked the government endlessly.
Okay. Just possible. Have we seen, this is an actual story, have we seen stories like this before? This is what many of us do most of the time, so we want to capture stories of people in communities. So, read the ethical rewrite.
Okay. Sudan Kose ends open defecation after a community-led campaign. Miriam Sani, a trader and a mother of 6, helped lead the village sanitation committee that built 40 household latrines with SURWASH support. Our children are sick less often now, she says. District health record shows diarrhea cases have fallen by a third since March.
So you see the exact same story being told. Miriam in the first story is an helpless widow living in fields. But the same Miriam in the second story is a community leader committing to ensuring that the SURWASH project is successful in our society. Tomorrow, if people are not complying and you need someone to help you enforce compliance in that community, and Miriam has come across this story, do you think Miriam will help you or not? The funny thing is that for the person you are trying to target, if you say, let's take off funders that you are trying to target with your first story. If the funder sees this story, they are more likely to support the ethical rewrite because why? You showcase to them that your program has tangible results. Because you are trying to pursue sympathy in the first one, you failed to mention that diarrhea has dropped by a third. You failed to illustrate that the Miriam has bought into the program and that she's a women leader. You failed to show that 40 households now have latrines. So in the pursuit of sympathy, you lose the point of your narrative. And people, you don't expect people to just keep giving you money when they cannot see the tangible results coming out of the program. And that is what this story does. This is the same community, the same fact. One story takes dignity away and the other one restores the same dignity. So next slide. So when you are pursuing storytelling now from an ethical standpoint, I want to give us a new framework called CARE, C-A-R-E. So for the CARE framework, one of the things we must first put into consideration is consent. The C stands for consent. The A stands for accuracy. The R stands for respect. And the E stands for evidence. So you must ensure that you get the permission of the communities, either through photographs or through interview, so that you can get their buy-in for the story before it goes out. Then you must ensure accuracy. If Miriam, the community leader, now tells you, oh, since you left, we've built 40 latrines, walk around the community with Miriam, confirm that there are 40 latrines, confirm compliance. You ensure that your facts, your numbers, names, everything is correct. I will also illustrate for us in the next slide another story. Then respect, protect Miriam's dignity. If you ask Miriam, beyond what you are supporting us to do in this program, what do you do? She says to you, I'm a trader. Capture that part. People are more complex than a single story. Then evidence, support every claim with credible information, which is what Mr. Shiji has illustrated for us. You must have proof, and those proof could be numbers, it could be photographs, it could even be videos, which is why we've built this, our new digital platform, so that every of those things, they can say, will I send this to Mother Felicia? Just upload it on the singular platform. So there's a program called My Village Enterprise. How many of us have heard of that program? Great. So after you see this video I'm about to show you, you will never forget this program. I came across one of the guys who pursued for that program to be established. And he showed me this video 3 years ago. And every single time I teach a class like this, that video has become my example to show people how to capture community stories. And we'll see the video in the next slide. Please ensure the sound is working.
$3,998. 16,701. 70,063. 102,005. 531. 844,000. 959.
Village Enterprise has transformed 1 million lives. 531. And I am one.
559.
Village Enterprise has transformed 1 million lives. And I am one.
3,998. 16,701. 70,063. 102,005. 531. 844,000. 959,300.
Village Enterprise has transformed 1 million lives.
531.
And I am one. Thanks to my Tata Margaret. This is her story. Village Enterprise has transformed 1 million lives. My Tata is the strongest woman I know. And I am one. When she was my age, life looked very different for her. This is her story. She loved school, but she had to leave to work in the fields and help her family. When she was my age, Tata says her djembe felt so heavy when she hadn't had breakfast. She loved. When she became a mother, she vowed that all of her kids would have full bellies and big dreams. Tata said her djembe felt so heavy. But when drought and sickness came, and then a war broke out, she feared her children's stories would look much like hers. Until my Tata met Aluka. Aluka told my Tata that there was a new group in the community called Village Enterprise and invited my Tata to join. Aluka said she could become an entrepreneur. Tata said she was skeptical, but also excited. She went to the first training and realized this could be the opportunity she needed. She loved being back in school, learning things like how to keep her box, make a business plan, and how to save money. She felt like a different version of herself. Tata, the businesswoman. She liked it. After her training, she and her 2 new friends bought sheep with a seed grant provided by Village Enterprise. The sheep had many more sheep. So then she bought goats and a cow and a bull, and the cow gave birth to a calf. So there was milk. With lot of hard work, my tata grew her business. She was really good at running a business. She expanded to start selling citrus and then other produce too. For the first time in her life, she could choose how to spend her own money. She met other women like her. They were all entrepreneurs and were part of a savings group. They supported each other in their businesses. When someone's crops failed or husband got sick, the group could help them till they could get back on their feet. And everything changed for her family. Because of her successful businesses, my tata was able to feed her children nutritious meals, buy medicine when they were sick, and keep them in school. My tata even saved enough to send my mama to university, where she became an accountant. By the time my mom had me, it was never a question of if I'll be able to go to school, but what would I study in university and what job would I have? By the time my mom, tomorrow I will start secondary school. Tata says she is proud of me, that I will become more than she ever was. But I think I want to be just like her. She is proud of me, that I will become more than she ever was. But I think I want to be just like her.
They will not be compelled to take any action. That's why our stories must empower and dignify the people who are our partners. They are beneficiaries. They are not just subjects to explore in the general thing that we're trying to do. And our respect for them, the reason we're having this training is that our respect for those communities begins even before we start writing those stories. You must know that those people are people. Like they are humans who have been disprivileged by a community system, a leadership problem, facility problem, and you are there to be a bridge between them and the possibility of what their life could be. So you must be able to take that same level of dignity into the stories you report from the field. Because the truth is that if we see that everybody here from each state is giving us empowering story of communities and one person keeps giving us bad stories, we will just think that you are not doing an effective job in your community. It doesn't even tell on the people, it tells on you. Why is all the bad news on SURWASH coming from your state? I don't know if you get. Because you've not been able to show how the program has empowered the communities. So you must ask yourself key questions, which include, why am I writing this story? Who benefits from it? Could this story cause harm? Have I represented the people fairly? Does this story preserve dignity? Then, to be specific to our topic in the next slide, when writing for a digital reader, over 20% of the words on a typical web page is all many visitors want to read. So, which is where our topic comes in. Nobody is going online with the intent to read a 2-page report. I can guarantee you that I am a reader. I was telling my people in my office yesterday about how we went for a trip to Niger State. I was very tired in the evening when we got back to the hotel and I could not sleep. Do you know the funny thing? Because I could not sleep, I woke up and I read a 400-page book into the morning. That is how I keep time. But when I pick up my phone, I can guarantee you I'm not going online to read a 3-page report from SURWASH in Kasina. But when Asana uploads a narrative with a great story, see, I'm not even joking. I do communications work and I was taking notes when she was teaching. If you missed anything in that session, you would have lost a lot from this training. If you do not have the right story arc to lead your narrative or the story that you are pushing out, you would have lost your audience, because we just see from this statistic that every single person going online to read a story is first of all paying attention. So the first 20% of your story must be able to capture their attention. So the reason you read that, you watched that entire video, she started with the numbers and then she told you that this is not a story, but the story of her grandmother. And then she introduced village enterprise. So, which is also the same structure that she just illustrated to us in the class. So when you have that story arc, you already grab the person's attention. You must be thinking, how can I grab their attention? If your data is a boring data attention, then use the person it affects as the narrative. So start that story. Then you put the data behind. There's a story my boss published on his LinkedIn. And when you read the first paragraph, in the second paragraph, it now tells you that Mr. Okoro is 1 out of 2 million people who have benefited from this program. So now you have the data that 2 million people have benefited, but it grabbed your attention by telling you about how Mr. Okoro's life has been transformed first. So if your data cannot capture the people, then use a singular narrative to capture that audience. So you must, for you to be able to illustrate that for your 20%, your 20% includes having a clear headline, a strong opening sentence, short paragraphs. See, when you're writing any story, it's not the place to show us that you have a degree in English and do one long, complex paragraph that have 59, comma, and no full stop. That is not the place. Short paragraphs, plain English, bullet points, and clear call to action. The reason why a call to action is important is that people should be challenged to take a step after reading your story. What should I do next? Should be the question that people should ask themselves. And your call to action should be able to answer that. It could be simple. It could be that you want those people to follow up on what you are doing in Imo State. Then you tell them to subscribe to the newsletter. It could be that you want them to make a donation to the SURWASH program. Then just have a clear call to action so that people know the next step to carry. It could be that they should subscribe to the newsletter. It could be anything. It could be that they should visit. It depends on what your story is. Then writing with clarity, which is our next slide. Why I'm talking about ambiguity now, because it's not enough that you should be ethical. Your story must be readable. You must avoid long introductions. Long introductions, technical jargons. Yes, we want to ensure that we keep to the, I know Mother Felicia will find, of sometimes I will send a document, you will say, hey, it doesn't capture the program. It does. It's just that sometimes if it's for the public, if Mother Felicia is writing to you now, she can just tell you DLI5. You understand? Go to the gate and tell the gateman DLI5. They don't know what you are talking about. They don't know what you're talking about. So in my office, I even have people who don't work on developmental projects. One time we were going for an interview and I just said, oh, when we speak to the, when we gather the data from the KII, the guy is a designer. He was looking at me. He was so confused. I was talking about the interviewers, key format interviews. The guy was looking at me. I was like, what happened? And I left and I came back. The work was not done because he didn't understand what I was saying. So you must remove that technical jargon. Avoid using a passive voice where it seems like you are suggesting the story to them. You are the one who have witnessed that experience. When we read it, we should read it in a more active voice so that we get to be involved in that story's process. Unnecessary detail. Imagine now she tells you in that video that you watched that it took Margaret 18 months to buy her first goat. You don't need that part of the story. All you need to illustrate is that she has been empowered. Any unnecessary detail. For example, if it's a program that requires a 1 month training, you can illustrate that. To say that in your 1-page story I'm supposed to be reading, you are not telling me that every day for that 1 month, if you miss one class, you will have to restart the entire. That detail is not needed. Any unnecessary details, take it out. Instead, use an active language. Keep one idea per paragraph. So don't tell us that Margaret joined Village Enterprise in that first paragraph. In the same first paragraph, you tell us that she made a friendship group. In the same first paragraph, you're telling us that they started a savings group. In the same first paragraph, you tell us that her daughter went to university. In the same paragraph, you tell us that her daughter is an accountant, that her granddaughter is starting secondary school in one paragraph. By the time I get to the second paragraph, I don't want to be part of Village Enterprise. So you must not put the most important information first, which she has already mentioned to us, and cut every word that does not add meaning to your report. So you say, before the commissioning of the water facility was carried out by officials in the presence of stakeholders. That's what you would have written before. But after, just say, Kacha Town now has clean running water. Simple. That entire thing that you would have written before is not necessary. It's just using a lot of words to say nothing. Then, next slide. No, we've done this slide already. They didn't. Oh, I didn't know it was not on the screen. This is what we just finished. The next slide. So every story needs a structure. She has addressed that. The first facilitator has addressed that. So I'll just run through this quickly. So 5 key things your story structure must answer. Who? Basically, who is the story about? What? Why? How? And then the impact. So you have that. A reader who finishes your story should not be left asking who said what to who. They should know exactly what happened. The next one, accuracy before speed. Never publish just the first story. Interestingly, most of the time, the first idea that comes to your head is not always the best one. You must dig deeper for something. Get into the meat of your story. No, the next slide. Get to the meat of your story, ask questions, get information you must get now. Don't rush to publishing. You must ensure accuracy of names and titles, statistics, quotes, data, dates, location, captions, and program information. Don't go and publish a story and said, Madam Felicia, the program coordinator, SURWASH. Madam Felicia will call you first and ask you. So the next slide. This one, Mr. CJ has already mentioned. Also, photography with a purpose, respect dignity, reflect reality, show authentic participation, represent communities fairly, and then your photograph must support the story. Don't be telling us about wash facilities that we provided. Then you will not say, because what's that waterfall in Jos that we went to? Asop waterfall, because the waterfall is nice. You will not put a picture of the waterfall, and you're telling us about toilets that we built. Your images must complement the stories you are telling. Next slide. Consent. So this one, there's no 2 ways about it. Anybody who appears in a video or picture you are taking to showcase anything for SURWASH, you must give them a consent form to sign. Every single person that appears in it must have a consent form. So I'll show you a sample consent form. Maybe Madam Felicia will show us later in great detail on our platform. Go to the next slide. You see a sample consent form from the World Bank, and it informs the person signing it clearly that you have given us permission to use your picture for this story. There's no way. I think I like things that are smooth. When we're engaged to shoot a documentary for SURWASH, immediately, I have my own consent form we use. Immediately, Oga CJ showed me this consent form. I just replicated the consent form and did it for the program. Go to the next slide. Madam Felicia will share that sample with all of us. Then you must protect vulnerable people. People you should keep an eye on when you're working on this project are women, children, elderly persons, survivors of disasters, and then persons with disabilities and vulnerable communities. So, children, elderly persons, women, people with disabilities, vulnerable communities, and survivors of disasters are the people who are the easiest to exploit. Say, for example, the community Do you think if you tell somebody to sign consent form to take their picture because you are bringing their rice, they mind? They don't mind. They are the easiest people to exploit, but don't be a part of that problem. Choose to be ethical instead. Then, or you just, because you know maybe the people will not agree, go above their head. Even if, sometimes what we do in some cases is that if there are way too many people, say you take a picture of a, maybe as they are welcoming you now, it's in a village square, there's like 500 people there. You clearly you cannot get 500 people to sign your consent form. What do? You announce to them that, we are going to use this video to showcase this program, all the progress we've done. The community leader signs on behalf of the people. You get, so you do that also. Then accessibility matters. Good communication is accessible communication. Information should be available to everyone. So, which is back to what we say, it must be readable on mobile, which is why you keep it as brief as possible. Your single story you are bringing from your state should not be 8 pages. No, the reason I'm saying it now is that people should not give Mana Felicia work. Because I know Mana Felicia she's so passionate about SURWASH. She's the one that sold the division of SURWASH to me. You will send Mana Felicia a document. She will call me on Saturday. She will review and review and review and call me and ask me plenty of questions. She's so passionate about it, but seriously, we must keep it as brief as possible. Don't use that single story to report on 89 things. This month on SURWASH, you now write everything that happened that month in one story. We might as well just tell NTA to open a branch in the community. So please, alternative text for images, describe images on screen that readers can speak to, and then color contrast. Human-centered storytelling. Instead of saying we commissioned a water facility, show who benefited from it. We gave an example earlier, Kachia. I'm on slide 23. Numbers tell readers a project happened, people tell readers why it mattered. So instead of just mentioning the numbers, talk about the people who are benefiting. We've emphasized that a lot. So instead of saying we commissioned the water facility, you can say our daughters now spend their money in class, not at the stream. And take any keynotes. Maybe as I'm saying this now, you remember one story you were going to say to Mother Felicia that does not humanize the people. Just write it down, say, Kai, I must cancel that story. So just take notes like that. So instead of saying we commissioned the water facility, you now say, our daughter now spend their mornings in class, not at the stream. Because we see how lives have been improved by reason of that developmental work. So writing for the SURWASH blog, you will still see my face tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to call with a good team, IT guys. You've met them already now. Yes, Abby, manipulation. Yes, you met some of them last week, Friday, on onboarding you on the platform. So all of you are going to have your own dashboard on that platform where you'll be able to send us stories and updates on everything that's happening in your state. So we'll do all of that tomorrow. But on writing on the platform, this entire training today is to help us come to terms with the fact that this program is, one of the things you will notice on that video we watch is sustainability. That program is clearly a program that is sustainable. And why do you feel so? Because of that video you watch. Every story you write must indicate that this program is sustainable. So you must lead with a point. Your first 2 sentences should carry your entire story. You say, our daughters now spend their morning in class instead of at the stream. We know now that they had a water problem. Not just that water problem has been solved. Water is now accessible to them. I was talking to one of our colleagues in the developmental space, and she was telling us about how in a community, they went to build boreholes. By the time they went, they've done reports like this without validating behavioral change, which she also mentioned. They went back to the community. The padlock they put on the boreholes had rusted. Nobody was using it. Water was available. They were not using it. They were still going to the stream to fetch. Do you know why? In the community, only women fetch water. And the women refused to use the bowl because they are all married and it's a conservative community. The only time they get to socialize with other women is when they go to the stream. So that's where behavioral change communication comes in. After they made those findings, guess what they did? Every bowl, they now built a small garden there with chair. So the women will go and fetch water. They will sit down there and gist and gist and gist and gist and gist and gist and gist. Then they will go home. When they came back, the women had even gathered money again because their solar sports, they gathered money and bought a big generator to be pumping water without the program. So you must understand the audience that your program targets. So you must lead with a point. Headlines should be clear, but clever. You should end with a call to action. One idea per post. We're going to write, today we're going to write a 500-word story. So be thinking of the last success story you heard in your community. You're going to put it to writing in this class. What else? Yes. On the subject of ethics. Next slide. On the subject of ethics, something that we must put at the forefront of our mind is AI. This is not the, sometimes I know we have a lot of elderly people here. You watch some videos online, you cannot tell that it's AI. So AI is not only for making those videos. AI tools are tools that you can use to help you draft your stories and even comply with all of these things we're saying. So we're going to learn how to use AI ethically. If you go on Google and search for ChatGPT, which is the most common one, I know all of us have heard of ChatGPT. Yes. So if you go on Google and search ChatGPT, it will tell you that ChatGPT is an automated tool that can help you produce human-like inquiries. It uses, the word there is human-like, not human. So if you leave all the work to ChatGPT, it means that you are the tool. And ChatGPT is the user. ChatGPT is a tool to help you produce human-like responses. And that means that you cannot leave the entirety of your work for ChatGPT. Say, I've done this training now, say, me, I know if you sit down there, right? That's how we're going to do. You see, Mother Felicia, have you shared that form for them? The one I sent to you. Okay. We're not using it now, but when we start working through that form, you will see that it is easy to develop those stories once you have all of these things like the pen down. What ChatGPT can help you do is improve your grammar. Say, for example, you know grammar is not your strongest point. When you draft your entire story, you copy it and you paste on ChatGPT. I will discuss one small issue which we negotiated in Mother Felicia's office. We came here after this illustration. So the small issue was, I told Mother Felicia that when we received the first draft of documents on the SURWASH projects, the program at the end of the meaning of SURWASH was spelled PROGRAM. If you go on our blog site, the program is spelled, when we go on the blog site tomorrow, it's spelled PROGRAMME. Do you know why? Those documents are from the World Bank. That's why it has the American version of the spelling. So there are some simple guidelines. But when you are reporting from your states now, you are reporting on behalf of the Nigerian standard. And we use the British Standard English. There are simple things. Those things, maybe you don't know all the differences. Like, see, I even work with young people in my office. Ask them. I prepared an entire 4 hours class for them on how to differentiate between British and American English. Because if they give me any work to review and it's in American English, I don't even review it. I won't even give you feedback. I'll just leave it there. So once they wait like 2 hours, they say I saw the message, I didn't check it. They just know that there's something there that is off. So those are some of the things that AI can help you spot. AI can help you improve your grammar, to help you simplify the language. Maybe you are used to being the person that just says DLI2. So you have already prompted your AI to understand that DLI2 is this, DLI5 is this, result area 1 is this. So when it sees that, it helps you break that down. Can help you generate summaries, can help you suggest headlines, it can help you organize your information. If you see another thing on that last point there, organize your information. The organize is spelled with S, not C, because that is the British standard. So there must be, which is another thing I discussed with Felicia when have they gone to your office? Okay. When you go to SURWASH office, you won't recognize it again. Oh, okay. Damn it. I wish you saw it before. It has been updated with all our new brand identity. So when you go there, because we needed to ensure that as the face of the program, there's a coordinated image that the program has. Some of those guidelines, matter of fact, a document. It's a guideline on how to use the new logo. We've worked on it so we can send to everybody. Because when we went to JOS, that logo was bastardized. I went to that place I sent you that billboard. Kaduna, Abi? Yes. Who is the person for Kaduna? The logo was bastardized. It was on a billboard with the governor's picture. I didn't go for SURWASH. I went for another assignment for Standard Organization of Nigeria. And I saw the billboard. I told the driver, stop immediately. That is SURWASH logo. That is not how the logo should be used. So we've prepared that document. I'll send to Mana Felicia. She will share with you. So you don't need to know how to use it. Say, for example, you want a printer to print something for you in your state. Just send them the document. Say, this is our guideline on how to use our logo. The printer will see the guideline. It tells them exactly what not to do and what to do when it comes to the logo. So we must have a coordinated outlook. Some of those things are things you can prompt into your AI. If I generate any information on my ChatGPT, maybe I can connect my laptop later and show you an illustration. It doesn't give me anything that is in American English. I prompted it since 2 years. Till now, it doesn't give me anything in American English. So AI cannot replace interviews. Say, for example, you give it, say we did an intervention in which community? Give me a community. Dazigao in Yobe. Say we did an intervention in Dazigao. I interviewed a woman called Priscilla. I cannot remember what she said. Generate quotes for me. That is unethical. That's what we're talking about. You cannot falsify that which is not there. Then observations. Now say after we went to the village, this is what happened. What do you think we should have seen? You now use the AI to generate your observation. You must know what should have been there. I'll give you an illustration. Yesterday, I'm very committed to develop. One of the things I believe, which is another thing I applaud Madam Felicia for and Mr. CJ, for putting together this session. I believe in shared competence. I don't believe in a leadership system where we have a primary head and people who do not have the same skill level as you. Yesterday, I did a training for my team in the office, and it was a case study training. And they will read a case study and they will answer questions on that case study afterwards. As we were doing the case study, when they tell me, oh, this was what I answered to question 1, I will tell them, did you consider this? Did you consider this? Did you consider this? Say, no. That training finished. I got home yesterday and I took all the reports they wrote during the training and loaded it into an AI tool. And guess what? Still speaking about observation, and asked it to analyze all their reports. And I gave it a 2-page summary of what I am looking at for. Here's the funniest thing. The observation it's made was not up to the observations I had noted in my book and had given to them immediately. Imagine when they were talking, I just kept quiet looking at them. Then today I send them the observations from AI. Or I did not think through what I was looking at for to tell the AI to. Then when I send to them, they won't be able to relate to it. Do you get? One of the case study is that a government agency wants to announce in a market that they are changing levies and all of that. You don't have a budget. How do you inform everybody in the market that the government is updating their levies that they are supposed to be paying? Some said they will print flyer, they will tell the market women. You think you're going to tell the women leader in the market, so tell the market, and you will not give her something. I said, but the important thing is that you don't have a budget. So all of them talk. We debated it for a bit, then we finished. And I asked them, I said, this is the governor that wants to tell them. Why not just invite the governor to the market? Everybody will gather. For free. The governor will come. He will make the announcement by himself. Everybody will be there. Anybody that misses it will hear from the people that were there. But that's the funniest thing. The two I gave did not make that observation. In fact, the two picked one of the people's response that involves spending money as the best approach to solving that problem. So AI cannot replace you. Then verification, you tell the AI tool that verify that Zigao is in Yobe State. Do we have anybody from Yobe here? Anybody? Anybody who has been to Yobe here? Anybody? Okay. You've been to Yobe. You know Dazigao. You know Potiskum. Okay. Dazigao is 30 minutes after Potiskum. I've lived in Yobe. In fact, it was a beautiful experience. I stayed in Dazigao. Great place. You should visit. Just that the language is a serious barrier there. Because they don't quite speak Hausa, so it was very tricky. So yeah, so you cannot make verifications with AI. You must know those things, because the truth is that, do you know that ChatGPT lies? It's called hallucination. It's because it's still being trained. It's called hallucination. So when it cannot verify an information, it gives you the closest possible information. And sometimes you will tell ChatGPT, that is not accurate. It will tell you, oh, sorry, I mixed up the information. It will give you another lie. So you see, you cannot even trust the ChatGPT. So you must know what the truth is. Because, for example, there's a lawyer that was arrested because he went to defend his client in court with a ChatGPT generated case study. And none of those case studies were true cases. It was found in contempt. So you must be able to verify the information that you're putting out. Then editorial judgment. So say you take this story of Margaret and Village Enterprise, you go and give ChatGPT, say, it should make an editorial judgment on this thing. They will tell you that, okay, in Uganda, poverty rate is still quite high, so maybe they need to move to another community. And in the video, Margaret is still living in a hut. Maybe she's nowhere to do. Do you know, and a human being can see that video and say, hi, she might be living in a hut, maybe because she has been spending all the money she has made from Village Enterprise to prioritize her daughter's university. Do you think for that woman, building a block house is a priority? But the AI doesn't know that. Which is why you must be able to make those editorial observations yourself. Your accountability is not accountability for what is to be published. You generate a story now, then AI will tell you that this is not a strong story. If you give Margaret's story to AI, it probably will tell you that this is not the best story to illustrate what your point is. Then you would have missed a beautiful story that illustrates the humanity of that woman and our entire community and the impact of the Village Enterprise. AI is to assist. The humanity and reporting and storytelling is your primary responsibility as a communication officer. The AI is only an assistant to you. Next slide. Best practices when using AI. We'll run through this. Verify every fact, check every statistics, and some people just copy and paste what AI gave to them. A British noble houseman recently was reading a speech and said in his speech, this is a better version than the first draft. This happened last week. Do you know what happened? Because he copied and pasted. Last year, me and my team were shooting a documentary. We sent questions to the people we were going to interview, Madam Felicia. The man put all the questions in AI. Mind you, he works for the company we are coming to interview for. That all the questions are about what is happening in his department. And he copies the questions and put on ChatGPT. And when we turn on the camera, he was reading. He told us that he has his answers. So they held the answers to him. But he was reading what the AI wrote. And the AI, I said, sir, this is going to look bad on your office. Just call somebody else on your department that can answer those questions on your behalf. Because it was literally there telling there were no data, nothing, because AI doesn't have those information. And the company in question is a company in charge of importation and mass-produced goods. So how will AI know that they burnt 89 cartons of fake paracetamol? AI cannot have that information. Do you get my point? Because AI does not have that information. It was just telling us that our core responsibility is to ensure that this. Then when we go to a particular question on importation and seaports in Nigeria, he now read out, guess the funniest thing, this man's office is next to a seaport, that there are currently no constructed seaports in Nigeria. His office is literally, I'm not joking. The first time I was getting that close to a water body is because I was in his office. It's literally close to the seaport with ships and tanks and caravans there. So you must check every data, confirm every quotation, review every reference. Never invent sources. Do you know this thing is so important? Mr. CJ called me yesterday to tell me that if you are citing a data that you did not get from your community, please put the source of that data there. Don't invent sources. You say 59 Nigerian children do not have access to education. World Bank. What World Bank reports? Don't just say, when we went to Abuja, Oga CJ mentioned something like that. Say Oga CJ was for World Bank. So you now put dash World Bank. That is not a source. If Oga CJ will deny you. Never fabricate interviews. Never publish AI text unread. Even if you do everything we've said since and your AI gives you an answer, still reread. Sometimes it misconstrues context. Then never paste personal information. Say Madam Felicia send you a confidential file for SURWASH. You carry it and drag it and drop inside ChatGPT. You know why ChatGPT is who owns ChatGPT, right? OpenAI. You know what open there means? It's open source. Those files you upload your ChatGPT, the general public has access to it, you know. Because the next time somebody needs information on that particular thing, ChatGPT is going to generate its response from that thing you uploaded last week. Then the disclaimer is there. If you go and read their privacy policy, you will see it there. That your data that you are feeding it. Do you know somebody was telling me recently? I was like, you have to be silly to do this. He uploaded his company's 2 years financial record on ChatGPT. Then tomorrow, somebody will publish an essay about how Zenith Bank is failing, but publicizing fake information offline. And they'll be wondering how the person has access to that data. But it's because somebody in their office went to upload all their financial records on OpenAI. So I'm using ChatGPT as an example. You know, there are other AI tools you can use. There is Claude, there is Gemini, there is Meta AI. The list is endless. If it's for video editing, there are plenty AI tools. If it's for sound mixing, see our AI, AV guy is shaking his head. You know the funniest thing? If you fight AI, you will regret it. I can tell you that for free. Somebody was making this argument with me recently, and I told the person that I hear you, but the truth is that imagine you were born in the late 80s and the internet was being invented and you were fighting against the internet. That the internet was the end of the world. Where will you be now? You literally cannot do anything. Companies that fought against doing online meetings, that every meeting must be physical. When COVID happened, I remember when we used to pitch to companies before, they would tell us you have to come in person. We'll fly to Lagos to go and pitch. During COVID, all our pitches were online. They should come now. No, it's just easy because the funny thing is that you can't fight it. It's already here. What you need to learn to do is learn how to use it ethically. So copyright and attribution. Next slide. Credibility includes respecting intellectual property. So if you are not the one that took the picture, it's Mr. CJ's picture. When you are using it on the blog, credit Mr. CJ. If not, Mr. CJ will tell me, innocent, Ray abused my picture. I want to sue her. See, I will tell Mr. CJ, don't do 5 million. 5 million is small. Let's do 15. If you can give me 2, I will take. SURWASH has money. We will sue you. I swear. We are coming to some of the states now to do our documentary. If you use our work, we will sue you. See, I will tell Mother Felicia, don't put your hand. Hey, Mother Felicia, are we not going to sue them? So, credit every photographer, cite specific reports. Don't just say World Bank. Don't just say WHO. Don't just say WashCom. Cite the specific reports. Respect copyright. Don't use or lift a text. Say, hey, now all of us now SURWASH. What they wrote in Imo State, you go and copy it and no, that's not how it works. Credit partner organizations. Attribute statistics. Every number has a source. Where did you get that number from? Respect Creative Commons license. So that is free to use, not free of conditions. Say you downloaded the picture from Google. So check if those images are actually free. I will give you another case. There's a bank in Nigeria. They work with us. So they said they have a friend that has a media house. They want to support the friend. So they want to give some of the friends some of the work that we do for them. My boss said, no problem. So the friend media house started creating content for them. My madam, she will know how important this is. So they were creating content for these people using a non-public license funds. And they were marketing content that the bank was making money from. Then all of a sudden, one guy living in the US, in Mississippi, just woke up and said, this is my font in this Nigeria bank, and sued them for $26,000. $26,000. Guess what they did? They called us. Hey, please, how do we go about this? My boss said, it's not our work. Let the friend agency solve the problem. $26,000. Do you know, after that thing happened, my boss called all our designers. If you use any fonts without verifying the license, as they sue us, we will carry you and give them. And guess the funny thing? We thought it was a joke. There was a movie on Netflix. They received a $6,000 lawsuit for the movie title. The movie was #1 of Netflix and was trending in Nigeria and was trending #2 globally. So the guy went on Netflix to watch something and saw #2 worldwide on Netflix and clicked it and said, that is his font that is in the title of the movie. We know the producer of the film. So they just sent Netflix the lawsuit because they thought it was Netflix. Then Netflix sent it to the producer in Nigeria and told the guy that they are not the ones that use the fonts. So the guy now went and doubled the lawsuit. He said because of international transaction. So $12,000 hits the producer in Nigeria. Someone that is living in Lugbe. That God just used that film to open doors for. So you now want to give him $12,000 lawsuits. Of course, he called the designer of the poster and all of that thing. So some of those things, when you don't pay attention to those things, it can hit you the wrong way. Don't worry. If you check that guideline we are sending to Madam Felicia, you will see the approved font for SURWASH. We have a license to use it. Then if you go to Google fonts, you will see a number of free fonts. My company, the font we use is called MSANS. We developed it by ourselves. So we are the owner of our own license. So nobody can sue us. So communication workflow. Next slide. Don't worry, we're almost done. Communication workflow on the next slide. These are your communication work should flow, plan, choose a story, and plan consent needs. So we want to go and tell a story in, I don't know, some of the local communities in where you work. So I will just go with this. Dazigao, want to go and tell a story in Dazigao. So how do we tell the story? What are the consent needs? We'll need consent from the chief. We will need consent from the household owners. We need this, facilitate for that, capture it, get video, quotes, and facts with permission, verify, check every name, number, and claim, write, clear, human, and honest, review, a second pair of eyes. None of us work in isolation. Get appropriate approval, publish to Madam Felicia, she will approve on her end, and then we can archive. Common reporting mistakes that we would likely make as we leave this place. Publishing without consent, incorrect names, AI-generated inaccuracies, sensational headlines, wrong caption, outdated statistics, missing photo credits, and publishing before fact-checking. So what you will do when you get this slide, just carry this page and paste in your office. Anytime you want to publish something, check. Have I gotten the appropriate consent? Yes. Are all the names correct? Yes. You know what I do? When I go to people's office and they tell me, my name is Ogbemudia Agbonifo Ogbelegbelegbele. I tell them, oh, thank you very much. Sir. Nice to meet you, Mr. Ogbemudia. Please spell it. They will write it. So you know what to do. So this was supposed to be a quick exercise for us before we finish. So if you have a piece of paper, just write into that piece of paper. The book Madam Felicia gave you, flip to the back of the end page. The end page. And the last page, yes, the back that is plain. So using the framework that we got before, so rewrite this story. I'll read it out for you. So, dirty, hungry children of Gidanruwa finally saved by SURWASH, exclamation mark. Little Amina 8, there's a picture of Amina crying, has suffered her whole life. Officials say that the new borough is the best in the entire state. Over 90% of residents were always sick before. The grateful villagers are now begging for more projects. That is the story you are going to rewrite. And you will identify every ethical concern with this one on the board. Or should you just do it as a group work, like you raise your hand and you tell us what is an ethical? Okay, great. Let's get a second mic. That will be faster instead of writing. Let's get a second mic. So can one person just stand up to tell us what is and what are the ethical concerns in this story? Dirty, hungry children, Igidanruwa, finally saved by SURWASH. Little Amina, with a picture of Amina crying, has suffered her whole life. Officials say that the new borough is the best in the entire state. Over 90% of residents were always sick before. The grateful villagers are now begging for more projects. Can somebody raise their hand and tell us the ethical concerns in this story? Okay. Okay, she raised her hand first.
I think the quotation over 90%.
Okay. It's an ethical concern. We need more ethical concerns in the story. Okay.
Depicting dirty, hungry children.
Yes, that's an ethical concern. There's no wrong answer. Let's just point all of them out. There are multiple. Sir, no respect for dignity. Yes, we must identify all of them. There are many.
The dirty children, derogatory.
Derogatory. The guy next to you
has suffered her whole life.
Thank you. That's another point.
Sick.
Yeah.
Said that over 90% residents were always sick. Now they're no longer sick again.
Yeah. The man behind you. There are many more we've not pointed at.
Begging for more prayer projects.
Thank you. There are many more we've not pointed at. Focuses only on the problem. The grateful villagers, another one. There's still 5 more. There's one that Mr. CJ mentioned. Nobody has pointed at.
the pictorial representative for the story.
The picture of Amina crying. The picture of Amina crying is an ethical concern. And it calls her, it's a dirty, hungry children of Gidanruwa finally saved by SURWASH. They've suffered their entire life. The ball is the best thing in the entire state. How can that be true? The ball is the best thing in the entire state. Not the village or the entire state. So now, another assignment, spot a missing consent and attribution. There's something in that sentence that doesn't have consent. Thank you. Yeah. The picture is not credited. The data is not credited also. Then find accuracy and evidence problem. Where are the evidence problems? Thank you. No clarity and okay, so note a clarity and dignity issue. A dignity problem with the write-up. Thank you. I've suffered our whole life. Dirty and hungry children. Always sick. So when you get this slide, take this entire sentence using that care framework that we wrote before. You rewrite it and upload it on our news site tomorrow. So our key takeaway from this entire session, next slide, is that ethical storytelling begins with respect. Consent comes before content. Accuracy builds credibility. Next slide. Technology supports communication, but responsibility is human. Every story should leave people with dignity. Then the last ending quote is that the purpose of communication is not simply to tell a story. It is to ensure that the people at the center of the story are represented with dignity, accuracy, and respect. Thank you, and I will see you after the lunch break.
Can we give him another round of applause? So, have we learned something from all this? Okay, so I want to invite Mr. CJ now to introduce our next speaker. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody, again. I'm back. Thank you very much. I like how you people like me, and I like you back. Okay, so our next speaker, and why we felt like he's a good person to speak to you, is someone who is in the middle of the newsroom. So he's worked with Channels Television, worked with DW, he's worked with there's this other new one. He will tell you anyway. So he's a news producer. So I don't know who knows more about storytelling than news producers and newscasters and those people who give us the news on a daily basis. Let me just allow him come and talk about him. Always on the streets, he's always in the bush, he's always everywhere telling the stories you read and you watch on TV. So please, let's welcome Mr. Nyota Egbe to give us his presentation on the hook. The hook. Please tell me if you recognize him from somewhere. From where? Is your brother? This one say Channels. Where else? Anybody else? I was going to say where you should recognize him from, but I'll allow him say it by himself.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me apologize. I'm very sorry. I concluded that this workshop was tomorrow. Why, I don't know. But honestly, I was like, okay, I actually picked up the invite and I was looking at it yesterday up till about 10. I looked at the invite and then put it aside. I said, okay, no problem. I'm good to go. These are my people. I can always come and talk. guess what? I was sitting down leisurely at the mechanics workshop because my car decided that today of all days, it should just overheat in the middle of the road. So I sit down in the mechanics workshop, they are taking out the radiator, whatever. Then I get a call. Are you coming for this workshop? I said, what is tomorrow? So I'm very sorry. Forgive me. Forgive me. So I know that all right. God help me. Okay. All right. So the biggest challenge anyone has, people think that because we hold the microphones every day or we stand in front of the camera, we are okay, we are fine. But honestly, we also worry about what would the next person be thinking of me? Am I properly dressed? Sorry, is my shirt properly buttoned? Oh, I'm good, right? Thank you. Thank you. Please, if I'm inappropriately dressed, forgive me. The next time I would wear a suit or wear an agbada with a cap complete so that I'll look very officious. But that doesn't take away from what we need to talk about. Finding the most important part of the message you want the people out there to hear. Because many times as public communicators, because as officials of government or any agency that you represent, you speak to the public. And most often than not, you lose them by how you say what you want to say. I'm trying to remember one now that the police did the last time. Following actionable intelligence, the Nigeria police was deployed a team of policemen into the Riri Forest. But the thing is this, please, what is actionable intelligence to a 6-year-old? Or a 10-year-old? How does a GS1 student understand actionable intelligence? Because the grammar is so strong, you've already lost them before you started. What we're taught was that when you want to speak to the public, speak as though you're speaking to a 10-year-old. Keep it real. Keep it relatable. So we're hoping that by the time we're done today, we would have helped us to find the most important part of that message you want to put out there. You want to be able to tell Nigerians that this part of your life is really important. And you're going to practice it here. So I think I have like 20 or so minutes to run through these slides. And then we get down to together because you must do it. Even if that's the last thing you do before they collect the microphone from me, okay? So thank you. Remember, you're a communicator, and whether you like it or not, what you say is really, really important to the public. And they need to hear it. Because your assignment is very vital. It's about life and death. The thing is that many of us take these things as though water-related matters are life and death. So whether you like it or yes, what you say, I dare say, is even more important than what the pastor and the imam will be saying in the church and the mosque. Because guess what? They will stay in the church or the mosque for a few hours. They'll come back home and spend almost 12 to 18 hours every day dealing with water issues. So you need to be very careful how you say what you say, when you say what you say, and know that they need to hear it and hear it well. So forgive me for becoming very hard, but it's very important. So slide 3, if you can get to my presentation. Okay, so I've talked about finding the most important thing. Thank you. So see the additional learning outcomes we're hoping to get. Structure stories that resonate with diverse public audiences. Because one message you send out will hit about 3 or 4 people at the same time. So you need to be able to send the same message to a multiple set of audiences, and then they'll still hear and understand what you're saying. Build emotional connection while maintaining factual accuracy and credibility. Adapt tone and language for different media platforms and audiences, and then develop confidence in delivering. You need to also be confident in delivering that impactful, story-driven communication. So guess what? So I came here, I picked up the microphone, I told you a story, true story. But you could relate. I could see some guys that go like, yes, mechanic, overheating, because it's something that you can relate with. So even if you forget everything else I said, you remember that this man told us he was at the mechanic. Number 1. Then he asked us for permission to appear the way he appears because he may be appropriately or inappropriately dressed. I told you 2 stories in less than 5 minutes, and these stories you will remember. Why? Because you're human. Okay? Next slide. So, 4 pillars to create impact in your messaging. 4 pillars. Clarity. Effective public messaging begins with clarity. It must be clear. Strip away the technical jargons. Strip away the H2Os of this world. They say, wow, what's the formula? Do you know the formula for water? Who cares about the formula for water? Do you know that if you drink impure water, who cares about impure? Why won't you just say if you drink unclean water, you're likely to land in the hospital? So clarity, keep it clear, keep it simple, and bureaucratic, remove bureaucratic language. You know what I said about the police? Following actionable intelligence. Yes, it is intelligent. As far as that 6-year-old is concerned, intelligence is about knowing his 2 times 2, 4, 2 times 3. That's what he cares about. And he can answer his questions and pass his exam. So your messaging must be clear. The next thing is it relevant? Is that message you're putting out there relevant? It must connect to what matters most to the audience. These people cannot, for instance, now be running. Someone is thirsty. He is thirsty. All he cares about is thirst. He wants water. And you're telling him, uncle, you're not properly dressed. Does he care about that? Permit me to borrow from the Bible. David went into the temple and asked the priest, give me bread. The priest said, this bread is for us, priest. And David said, no, it is the bread. I am hungry and you're telling me about bread for priest. Give me bread. After he had eaten bread, did you say it was for priest? Okay, God, I'm sorry, I ate priest's bread. But at that point, he had dealt with the relevant thing at that point in time. So your messaging must be relevant. Every communication must connect to real life issues. It must connect. Is it emotions? Your communication should ignite emotions. So see this. If you say, for instance, the flood that hit Abuja, we say zone 5, can cover a whole nation. Example, guess what? What if you said at least 500 people were affected by the flood that hit Abuja, we say zone 5? Which one do you think they'll relate with? Because they are people. What? 500 people? My goodness. Okay, remember the kidnap story? Thank God they found the 41 students, the 41 children and their teachers in Oyo State, right? Do you know why we could relate with that story? Because we heard that some of those children were like 2 years old, 3 years old, 6 years old. We could relate with the age of those children. Anytime we thought about children being killed, we're picturing what would a 2-year-old be doing in a kidnapper's den? We could relate with it, right? Our emotions were stirred, and so we're ready to go to the street. You must get them. So your messaging must ignite emotion. We're talking about 4 pillars, right? And the other one is action. What is the next step? You have ignited the emotions. Because if you ignite the emotion and there's no channel for that emotion, guess what happens? There'll be explosion. Wahala. Do you understand? I'll give you an example. Part of the electioneering campaigns in 2015, Buhari, and even in 2023 by the present administration, forgive me if you are angry with me at this point in time, I have to use this example. Part of the campaign, let's use Buhari, was Jonathan is a mess, he's a failure. He cannot secure Nigeria. And then the other one, if I do not give you power in 2 years or in 4 years, do not vote me back. Guess what? Those are actionable statements. And then Nigerians are coming out, bad governance, government go. Why? Because what you told them in 2015, you've ignited action, but there's nowhere for them to express that action. So what do? They bring it back towards government. So your messaging must ignite action. What are the next steps that the people must take? All right? So 4 pillars. Clarity, relevance, emotion, and action. Next slide. Now, see, a hook is not a spin. The hook is not a spin. It's really very important. Okay. You must know that, and I don't know if you've gotten this already, but you must know that every space has a key. Every audience has a key. I know that in churches, they use words like hallelujah, praise the Lord, and everybody will turn. If you step into a room and you use the wrong kind of key, you lose the audience. The key is the hook. The key is the hook. So instead of saying a total of 41 students and teachers were kidnapped in Oriwe, but government has deployed 57 policemen to go look for them in a matter of 3 minutes after their incident. We come and say, following actionable intelligence, it has come to our knowledge that some students and teachers were kidnapped in Oriwe. The people will remember what you said about the 47 and 53 policemen and 3 minutes of reaction. They'll remember it faster than if you said the big words, the jargon, intelligence, actionable, and all of that, deployment. But if you said send, we can relate with send. We're coming to how to keep your messaging simple. So a strong hook is a difference between a story that gets told and one that gets ignored. A story that gets told and one that gets ignored is a hook. If you come into a room where, for instance, in Lagos, I happen to stay around Ojota. One of the things you keep hearing is, Osho. So if you come there and say, hello, sir, how are you doing? I would like to find my way to Oshodi. Would anybody here to listen to you? Ogbeni Alpha, I want to get to Oshodi. Bros, come this side. Why? Because for him, Ogbeni, he can relate. Bros, how far? He can relate with bros. These are hooks. I'm using simple things that you relate with. Bros, how far? Megida? Sanuya Aiki. The moment Megida, he's already stopped. Okay, something's about to happen here. One name. There are words you use in certain spaces and you get the attention of the people. It applies to our writing too. If you use the wrong kind of words, you will lose your audience before you have even started. So understand what makes information newsworthy. Understanding what makes information newsworthy is the first step to ensuring your message reaches the public effectively. So this is how to identify your hook. We're going somewhere. And I just told you why the hook is important, how that it's a key that unlocks every audience. But you also need to understand what makes the story or the message you're about to send out there newsworthy. So you need to think like a journalist, because the journalists and editors ask one question. Why should the public care about this? Why should the public care about this right now? Why should the public read my newspaper? You know, one of the things we chase every day is headlines. Aso Rock in darkness. Aso Rock, how? Meanwhile, you go there, you find out just one part of the office. FCMB in flames. And then you'll be wondering, FCMB in flames. You go there, nothing. It was one floor. In fact, one corner, that fire was burning and then smoke everywhere. But you see that picture of the big building with the smoke coming through the window. FCMB in flames. Those are headlines. And Nigerians will read it. Why? Because the FCMB, Aso Rock, the president, is he safe? So why should the public care about this? Why should anybody listen or read this message? These are the questions you ask yourself to find your hook. Now, answering that question clearly and compellingly determines whether your communication breaks through. So if you ask yourself the question and then so I've told you now why I would use a headline like Aso Rock in darkness. Or I could say, FG spends 2.7 trillion naira for solar power to the presidential villa. 2.7 trillion naira. That is how many percentage of the federal budget to one? No. What kind of wicked government is this? I got your attention. Now you go back and begin to read it. I say, okay, now it's not even as if they are spending it immediately. How do we carry this thing away from here? But that initial emotion is already, you're up there, you're agitated. President Tinubu in the hospital. And then when you now open it to read, the president went to visit someone in the hospital. Hook. Sorry. The hook is what gets your audience. You need to find your hook at every point. So answer that question. Why should anybody care about this message at this point in time? Answering it clearly will determine whether your story will be heard or not. Next. So there are 4 things you need to look at. News value. 1. Impact, proximity, prominence. The examples I use are examples you can relate with. Impact, proximity, prominence. The president, presidential villa, hospital. Hey, it might be the next hospital. Which hospital? The next thing you hear is, which hospital? Because you want to go there and bring out your phone and film it. Head-on collision. Road blocked by head-on collision involving 15 cars. You get there, it's just 2 cars that hit themselves. All the other ones are just a pile-up. It's just to get your attention. So the things to look out for: news value. Is it worthy? Is anybody going to read it? Timeliness. Link the current event or urgent deadlines. Link it to current event or urgent deadlines. At least 45 houses will be submerged unless action is taken in the next 3 months. Or NIMED writes, this is to notify the general public that for the next 3 days, there will be non-stop rain. You can relate with 3 days, next 3 days. You can relate with non-stop rain. You can relate with it. And remember that in 2012, there was a massive flooding that took lives. You'll also remember that in some parts of the world, flash flooding by reason of floods have taken away houses. You can relate with it because you have seen a picture of it before. So when you hear in the next 3 days, there will be non-stop rain, you want to do something about it. Do I have an umbrella? Do I need to buy into this space to make a difference? All right. So timeliness, link the current situation, link to current situation or event or urgent deadlines. Human interest, real people, real stakes, real outcomes. Real people, real stakes, real outcomes. A total of 580 people were affected by diarrhea in blah, blah, blah community in the last 1 week. Whoa, 580 people in just Buhari here. How? What happened? Don't they have water? Why? What is going on? What's the FCT administration doing about this? They can think it. You can, because you're seeing the numbers, you're seeing the people. It's human and you can relate. Then unexpected angles. We're talking about hooks, right? How to find a hook, identifying a hook. Unexpected facts. Do you know that it takes just 11 muscles to smile and about 51 to frown? Some of you that didn't know that you're thinking right now, as in, how? So you mean on the face, there are more than how many muscles? But that's a fact. It's an unexpected fact. So the moment you hear that, oh, 11 muscles, 51 or 52, that means if you're one who smiles a lot, if you keep a pleasant countenance, you have a younger appearance, even above your contemporaries. And the person goes, oh, that's, yeah, okay. And you find some people, I'm seeing some people now, they are trying to smile. Those that were found before are suddenly looking for how to smile so that they'll look younger. Please, but it's true. It's true. Smile more, you look younger than your age. I beg you. So I went to the village over the weekend for a funeral. One of my aunts passed on. And as I was walking in, my younger brother is sitting down there. And someone said, did you say that's your elder brother? And he said, yes, that's my elder brother. I said, you're old. You're old. Because the guy always frowning. And I told him, smile, learn to smile. You know. Okay, next. Are you on the next slide? You're jumping the gun ahead of me. Okay, so now how do you detect a hook? Any questions so far? Any questions? Are we having fun? So please, if I'm boring you, just tell me. I can go. I promise you, I will not stay more than 10 seconds if you just say it now that I'm boring you.
Especially when it comes to human angle report.
So see this. This is sensational. President Tinubu in hospital. It's sensational, right? But he got your attention. So now you have to measure the level of impact you want to. You don't want to be exaggerated, right? You don't want to exaggerate, but you want to be able to get the people's attention. It's gotten your attention. But $12 billion was actually eaten. Yeah. I think it was 38 million. The snake one. Let's use the one that happened. 38 million, right? Is it 38? Huh? Okay, let's just work with 38 million. Swallowed by snake, right? It got your attention. But what we're trying to say, what that story was trying to say is that 38 million cannot be accounted for. It just vanished. Because everybody you ask says, I don't know. Okay, so see this thing you do. You come into the house, for those that are parents here. Who dropped this book here? I don't know. You don't know. You don't know. You don't know. So did the book walk to this place? I don't know. That's the thing. You want to get that everybody's attention. But again, you need to also measure yourself so that you're not exaggerating. That's what I'm saying. For this kind of stories, if you want to put out a message, for instance, where you're talking about the possibility of a waterborne disease, an epidemic, what do you do? Do you now say 500 people affected by waterborne disease? At least 200 people may be affected by waterborne disease. You know what you said now? You have used the word may, but everybody's already 200 people maybe. It's timely. Because what you're saying, you put a human side, 200 people in this community. So if we say 200 people in John Wood may be affected by waterborne disease, you're saying practically all the guests that are coming in, I'm not talking about people in the room now, may be affected. So John Wood, what's going on? Why would they be affected by waterborne disease? They are not touching water. All the water they are drinking is sealed. You get where we're coming from? So you need to measure yourself. Having decided that this is the hook I want to use, you don't want to be accused of exaggeration. So in broadcasting, they tell us, you say allegedly, or maybe 200 people may be affected by this. There's a likelihood that was going to happen. Or at least 10 people may die from a cholera outbreak in Osun. or there are reports or unconfirmed reports say 15 people have been hospitalized following an incident, blah, blah, blah. Again, what we're trying to say is look out for the human angle, because humans would always relate with other human beings. Okay, you all hear this the phrase by Donald Trump. What's that his favorite phrase? What's his favorite phrase? Make America great again. And suddenly, all forms of Americans are getting up and attacking other people. Why? They want to make America great again. It's a hook, it's a call to, that hook is a call to action. He didn't tell them to attack anybody, but they are doing it. The ICE agents are shooting people when they shouldn't. But the phrase is igniting emotion and getting them to take actions, sometimes ignorantly. Question answered? Question answered? Thank you. So let's go. Hook detection. How do you detect a hook? Now use these techniques to transform official communication into compelling human stories. Stories that people can relate with. So questions to ask yourself. Question 1. Does these affect people's daily lives? What we're talking about here. Anyway, my time is up. Can I name a real person in this that this impacts? Would a journalist call these newsworthy? Because if you are going to tell a story about possibility of a waterborne disease somewhere happening somewhere, guess what happened? And how many people are living in that community? The journalist will look for you. They will call your phone. They will send you text messages. They will wait in your office until you come out and confirm that thing. Why? Because people are going to be impacted. Is there tension, change, or urgency? This is how to identify a hook, right? Next one, the audience perspective test. So you ask yourself, step outside of your role as a communicator. You're finished reading or writing that message. Step outside. Ask, why should I? Why should I care? I'm not the person that wrote this, but why should I care? You're testing whether your audience will be even hooked by what you have there. So you do that. What changes for me? How does this message change anything for me? These are questions you ask yourself. Remember what I said? The audience perspective test. The first one is for yourself. Test yourself. Ask yourself those questions. The second one, act as if you're the audience and step out of your shoes and read that message. Then, so what? So what? So what if it happens? Is another test. What if this happens? What if? So what? And then the other side is, are there real examples? Are there real people that can be identified? What if this happens? How many people are going to be impacted? What if? What not? And all of that. Okay, next slide. My time's up. Okay, I think I might just say one or two more, then I'm out. From jargon to plain language, bureaucratic language creates distance. Bureaucratic language creates distance. The moment you cannot understand what the person is saying to you, what happens is you pull back. So if I came here and I said to the guy, please cue slide, he might remember because I'm using the word slide. But what if I come here and said, cue the prompter? But those that don't know about prompters will be wondering, what's he saying? The prompter is not cued. Hello, can you cue the prompter? You're wasting my time. You're all wondering, what's he talking about now? Because it's a jargon that we use. But if I say, can you cue my next slide? You have an idea, okay, is set aside the next slide. So we need to, in your writing, please bring it down to everyday language. And as always, plain language is about respecting your audience. We put this in keep it simple, stupid case. It's about respecting your audience. I'll give us an example. So we go for an event where we're supposed to be talking to young boys. And the moderator of the event comes in there. He's a cop. He says he's a corporate MC. We were told to wear black t-shirts on jeans. He came in a black outfit, all right, with a pair of pants, African print, but he was looking like he was going for a fashion show. He was looking exquisite. I loved his outfit. So no problem. When he picks up the microphone, these students are between age 10 and 15. And he came at them speaking as though he was talking to university graduates and undergrads and all of that. So for the first 20 minutes where I was sitting, I brought out my phone and started playing game. Why? Because I was imagining me like those children. I'm lost. But he was like that for like 20 minutes. So I had to write a note and give to someone. I said, please tell him to come down. Come down from that stage. Come in the midst of the students. When he came down from the stage and walked in the midst of the students, his language changed. And now the students could like give him high fives and could relate with what he was doing. Your language can send your audience so far away from you that they don't hear what you're saying. They will not receive the information you want to give to them. So your language matters, and it's a mark of respect to them. You need your message to get to the people, so you need to respect them. Okay? All right. So why jargon fails? It fails because jargon excludes the public, signals insider culture over public service, and buries the real impact of policy. Phrases like fiscal consolidation, operationalize the framework, multi-stakeholder synergy. All of that doesn't make sense to the man in a Wuse market who just wants to go in and sell his oranges and come out. He doesn't care. But for you, it's important that you use this jargon. Operationalize the framework. Hello? How do you operationalize SURWASH? SURWASH so that the people can relate with it. How do you operationalize it? What is operationalizing? Break it down. Meaning nothing to most citizens. Then the other one, translating policy into everyday words. Please replace abstract terms with concrete language. Say, we will cut long waiting times, not enhance service delivery efficiency. Hello? Service delivery efficiency. What is service delivery? I come into the bank, I want to withdraw money. You're telling me service delivery, go to the service desk. What is service desk? I understand customer care, but you're telling me go to the service desk. Hello? Customer relations. All right, so ask, what does this mean for a parent, a farmer, a small business owner? So in your writing, this simple question, what does it mean for a farmer? What does it mean for a small business owner? What does it mean to a parent? How would this help that parent take care of these children? Keep your language simple and you will get your audience. Next slide. Writing transformation toolkit. So please, before and after, plain language examples. So please, you can look at that. Before, the implementation of the aforementioned fiscal consolidation measures will necessitate a recalibration of, hello? That sounds like Obahiagbo. Ugodomigodo. But see this, budget cuts will affect all government departments. Here is what changes and when. It's the same thing that was said before. The implementation of the aforementioned fiscal consolidation measures will necessitate a recalibration of, but see this, budget cuts will affect all government departments. Here is what changes and when. That is the recalibration. Simple English that you can relate with. The simplicity text, read this. Read your sentence aloud. If you have to pause to think about it, then there's a problem. We read it to yourself. Does it make sense? If you have to pause, if the answer does not come immediately, then there's a problem with that sentence you used there. So you have to rework it. So readability guidelines for public communicators. So use the grade 8. Grade 8 is JSS 2. That is, you say you want to use advanced English, JSS 2. Use that to test. 1, replace normalizations. Say we decided, not a decision was made. Made by who? Who made the decision? Why not say the agency decided to do this? Not that a decision was made by AI, right? Or by a robot. Let it be known that the human may make the decision. Avoid acronyms on first reference. For instance, if you want to talk about water issues, do you just come and say, so SURWASH is coming to your community? Hello, ma. What is SURWASH? Do you understand? So first, start with the full meaning. Start with the full meaning. So when you have given the full meaning, you can now the acronym. So that going forward, you can stick with the acronym. All right. So clear writing signals competence and earns public trust. Clear writing and messaging signals confidence and will earn you public trust. So lead with the impact on the citizens, not the policy mechanism. Lead with the impact on the citizens, not the policy mechanism. Don't lead with the process. Lead with impact. How would this impact the people? Not the process. Because most times we do the process and forget the impact on the people. If you want the people to buy into it. The power of human stories. When you tell stories, it's easier for people to relate. The people would relate with stories that resonate with them. So if you're telling stories and the people cannot, So walking the streets of New York, I found out that there was trash on the road and birds were just jumping back and forth, perching here and there. That is New York. It's not all of us here that have gone to New York. But if I said, when I was coming from Zone 6 to John Wood, I saw that there was trash along the road. And then I saw some of these boys, what do they call them now, that were picking up the trash. You see, you can relate. Why? Because you see those boys. You walk that street. You can relate with what I'm talking about now. So use relatable stories. Use stories that people can relate. But audiences connect more deeply with people, not statistics. So if you say, for instance, I'll use the Oribe story because it's something that we all can all relate with. Instead of saying 41 people, we can say amongst those that were kidnapped were 5 2-year-olds. There were about 7 6-year-olds. The 12-year-olds were just about 3. You see, there's emotion that's being quickened amongst us because you're remembering that there were 5 2-year-olds. There were 6. So the numbers and the age is what's now hitting you. You can relate to that. Not the number per se, but the age of the individual pupil. You can relate to that. All right, so learning to find the human face behind every policy, regulation, or public initiative would make you the best communicator, public communicator ever. What am I saying? Every policy of government has a human face. Every regulation of government or leadership has a human face. Find it. That's why you're the communicator. Find the impact, find that human face, and people will listen to you at every point in time. Because they see that, someone said to me, people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. So the president, for instance, during his campaign in 2023, said, if I don't give you power in 4 years, because he mentioned power, and many of us know how much we spent buying fuel. All of us are like, this is the man. Then when we heard subsidy is gone, no. Then we hear that, well, guess what? The government, the state government are getting more money and they're able to do more projects. Okay, but when we're saying that, we're not seeing the impact. The next year, that local government autonomy. Oh, that is good. Why? Because this is communication. We hear local government autonomy. All of us live within a local government. And when I heard local government autonomy, I went to my village and I said, where is our local government chairman? They said, is that boy? The boy was my junior in secondary school. I sent him a message. He did not answer me. I was like, well, that is stupid boy. Because you're not a local government chairman. I'm talking to you, you will not answer. Before, senior, good afternoon, sir. Now you will not answer me. Because I had local government autonomy would relate. All right. So why do narratives resound? Why do stories resound with people? The human brain processes stories faster than data. It processes stories differently than facts. If I tell you that the Niagara Falls is the highest fall in the world, you're like, Niagara, I've not been to Niagara. But if I tell you that, which lake is in Oshun? Is it Oshun Lake that is warm? Ikogosi Warm Spring is a fantastic place to go to. You see now, you can remember Ikogosi. But when I say Niagara, what's he talking about Niagara? Why? Because you could relate with Ikogosi. So narratives, oh my God, Lord help me. Narratives are faster grabbed than facts. How do you find the human angle? Start with the desired policy outcome, then ask, who is directly affected? So there's a law that is coming. We're changing the Electoral Act. To what end? We're changing the Electoral Act. To what end? That the elections will be smooth, free, and fair. That's the end. Who will be impacted? Every Nigerian above 18 years. How many are they? They are well over 200 million. So you see what I'm saying? Start with the policy outcome, then ask, who is directly affected? We're saying how to find the human face behind the policy, right? Behind the regulation, behind the law. Find the human face. Interview that person. Who will be affected? Okay, I think John will be affected. John, come. What do you think about a new electoral act that ensures you can sit down in your car, in your farm, wherever you are, and vote? Are you serious? Now you know where you're going. He said, interview that person and let their voice carry the message. Guess what? When you finish interviewing John, do you know what John will do? John will talk to at least 5 people about what you told him. Those 5 people will talk to another 5. In a space of 1 week, your message would have reached well over 300 people because you interviewed John with the idea that the Electoral Act is about to be changed 2 days from now. Hello, is it possible? I'm using that because I know it's not possible. Replace the institutional language with lived experience. So John can relate with it because John had voted before and he knew what it was like. So he can relate with this. Oh, I will end here. Please. I'll end here. You will get the slides, but let me end it here. Every compelling public story rests on 4 essential building blocks. Master these elements to transform complex policy initiatives into narratives that work. Resonate with citizens, that build trust, that inspire action. So what are those things? Character. 1, character. A real citizen affected by the issue. Remember I mentioned John and the Electoral Act, right? 2, conflict. The problem or challenge they face. What's the problem or challenge that John faces? What's that problem or challenge that John faces? 3, how the initiative addresses the need, the resolution. Would this initiative or would this regulation or would this law resolve John's challenge? And then 4, impact, measurable change in people's lives. How much of impact would these regulation or policy have on the people? By identifying a relatable character, a real conflict issue, a clear resolution your initiative provides, and the tangible impact on lives, you create narratives that cut through the complexities of human emotions, that cut through the thinking or the affinity or the biases of the human being. I'll still use that Oriwe kidnap thing. The moment you hear Oriwe, all your biases, whatever biases that you might have, are thrown out. Political, social, emotional, spiritual biases that all of us have. The moment you hear that children were kidnapped, you throw them out and you're worried. How are those children? Till today, if we talk about the Chibok girls, that there are some that were never found, right? The moment you hear the Chibok girls, every Nigerian that knows that story will go like, I wonder what happened to those girls. And those that remember the Oga at the top story, anytime you hear the Oga there, my Oga at the top, the moment you hear that, all biases, you all laugh. Why? Because these are human stories that made impact and that are still making impact that we can all relate with. So whatever you do, remember to build your stories, these 4 characters, even if you forget everything else, remember character, conflict, resolution, and impact. Master these 4 in your scripting, in your storytelling, in your messaging, and you'll get anybody that you decide to get their attention. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much. Can we just give him a round of applause? At least he has taken us through how to identify a hook and how to be able to give a story that is concise, a story that is sellable, a story that is speaking to fact, not fiction. Praise. So we want to appreciate all of you for your commitment, determination so far. Now we are breaking for lunch and we'll go out for lunch. I think it's in the main restaurant, and then we come back to continue, which will be the practical sections, the co-working sections where we'll have some practical works on how to develop and publish our stories. So thank you so far and enjoy your lunch.
1, 2. Test 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Okay. Hello. 1, 2. Okay. Better. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 2. 2.
You're such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. Hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up. That body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. Feeling up my mind. And I just don't know why.
Hello. You're all welcome back to this section. While we are waiting for the presenter for this next section that will take us through co-working, some working sections and drafting of our various stories based on that document that I shared. I want to ask if anybody has something to share with us based on what we have learned so far. Do we have any? Anybody has something? Maybe there's something you've learned based on the presentation so far and that you want to share with us. Okay, like let's take from Plateau's story. Plateau, I'm sure you've worked on that story as she was discussing. You've not structured it. Okay, I wanted you to read it out. Let's hear if you were able to restructure and capture all the directives that were given. Okay, not yet. Okay. Innocent, we are waiting for you.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I hope you've all eaten. I hope we're happy. So my name is Idara Obots from Takeout Media. And before we get into the session, I just want to tell you a bit about what we do. So we offer a lot of services, right? But we range from event management to project management. We do a lot of things. We've worked with NMPC for event management, project management. We've worked with the likes of Jais Bank, Taj Bank for branding work. We've done documentaries and movies, a documentary which you will soon see by the grace of God. So we've done a lot of things and we have a lot of services that we offer. And for SURWASH, we're offering communications. So we are the communications consultants for SURWASH. We've done the blog site, have you seen? So we do web and app development as well. So that's a bit about what we do. So if you ever need to explain us to anyone, a friend or a family, the basic thing that you just have to say is that we are your ideal growth partner. That's it. So thank you very much. For this session, we're going to be having our creative project manager by the name of Innocent Agboma, which you already know. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back from the lunch break. You'll be seeing us a lot because we have another session tomorrow, like I said earlier. So we all have our worksheets with us. Anna Felicia gave us earlier. The printed document, it should be about 7 pages. Just confirm. So for the session on turning field work into stories, it's going to be 7 pages. Yeah. It's going to be a collaborative workshop. So as I'm taking you through the slides, you are filling in the worksheet. Then if you need any assistance, you call to Idara and then she would assist you on the sheet. But if you need me to go back and repeat anything or you are not clear on what that thing is, you can ask and I would go back. But if you need any assistance filling your sheet, you can call to Idara. You don't need a notepad, you don't need anything. Just have your worksheet in front of you. So I'll give you another case in points relating to our topic we taught earlier. I prepared the slide for this class, this workshop, right? And then based on that slide, I asked my AI to develop the worksheet in front of me. You can see the worksheet now. You see, because it already had this slide, it broke down the sheet according to what is here. But guess what? The result was 9 pages. So I had the personal responsibility to streamline. Because what it did was that there are some other things that are not relevant to this session that I mentioned loosely in the presentation. I started developing extra sheets for it that you don't need. So I had to curtail it to what we need. So I'm just trying to show you how that entire process works. I did not ask you to develop a worksheet for me for a training for, no. I gave it my presentation, gave it the necessary context, and asked you to develop a worksheet for participants who are attending this training. Is that clear? Okay, so let's dive in. So next slide, please. Our goal is simple. We're going to create a 300 to 500 word near final draft. So have we all thought of our story? During my last presentation, I asked us to think of a story we want to write. Have we thought of our story? The last success story from your community, the program or anything? Have you thought of a story? I have not thought of a story. Let me see your hand. You're not going to tell us the story. You're writing it in the document with you. So you have not thought of a story at all. Let me see your hand. Okay, maybe not the last success you saw. Any success story that can be a result of your work so far. Madam Felicia, please, are the new states with us? Okay. So people may not have success stories yet. Okay. But you've been attached to other programs before? Okay. SURWASH coming to your community or the states is your success story. So you'll cover that. If you are from the new state, let me see your hand. What state are you from? Abia. Ochi. Where? Ogun State. Okay. I wish I knew you then. I was in Bauchi last year. It wasn't a great experience. The community where we stayed, they don't rent hotel rooms to girls. So we had to ship our girls back to Kano at night. Yes. In the community where we stayed, it was during fasting. They don't rent rooms to girls. And we had nobody where we could send them to sleep. We had to send them back to Kano. We could not risk having the same issue in Jigawa, so we sent them back to. I wish I knew you. Next time I come there, I'll call you. So your story is SURWASH coming to your state. Like, for example, now, Madam Rehab cannot do that. They have plenty success stories in Jos. Madam Asana cannot do that. They have plenty success story in Katsina. So, Abia, Ogun State, Taraba, where? Bauchi. Your success story is that SURWASH is coming to your state, right? Imo, what's the success story? Of course, there will be a success. Who is from FCT, Madam Felicia? FCT is joining the program now. Okay. Which other state is new? Huh? Benue. You're from Benue? Okay. Your success story is what? SURWASH is coming to the states. Okay, so Benue, Abia, Taraba, Bauchi, Ogun State. Then FCT. Okay, those are the 6 new states. Jigawa. Who is from Jigawa? Okay, so your success story is that SURWASH is coming to your state. Jigawa is very beautiful, by the way. I was there last year. Amazing place. Very lovely people. Those are your success stories. So this existing states, okay. Ekiti. What's the success story? Who's from Ekiti? Okay. I didn't see you. What's your success story? Michaela said I should greet you. Okay. But okay. So, if you are the only person from your state, let me see your hand. A state with only one representative. Okay, great. You are not sitting next to the person from your state. Let me see your hand. Okay, you need to be seated next to the person from your state. Because at the end of the session, the 2 of you are going to exchange your work. The person will review what you have done. You will review what the person has done, then you will exchange back. So, okay, so that we don't cause a ruckus, if you're not sitting next to someone from your state, maybe move to, just ensure you have a partner you can share with. You got 2. Somebody will have to move here. Okay, just ensure you have a partner that you are filling your sheet with. Are we all clear on that? Great. So, we are producing one story. What makes up that one story? The one story must have a clear subject. Are we together? Attention, please. Our story must have a clear subject that we are talking about. We must be able to explain what happened. So if you are one of the new states, SURWASH is coming to your state. What happened? What led to SURWASH coming? What analysis were done? Why it matters? Then you include verified evidence, centers, the people affected. What that means, okay, who are the people affected by SURWASH coming to the states? When I say affected now, who are the people who stand to benefit from SURWASH coming to the states? How can you protect their dignity and ensure that your story is written for the digital reader? Then this entire session, we are guiding you. You are the one doing the work. I'm just basically here to guide how you feed that sheet. So I will just give you some pointers before we go ahead. Next slide. Next slide. Go to the next one. I've covered all of this. Okay, this is everything we're doing today. So we'll start with the first worksheet for the first 3 sessions of my slide. Then we'll go into the next. So turn to worksheet 1. Next page. You have your physical worksheet now. Are you in worksheet 1? You've filled all your name and everything you need to fill at the top. Please fill it quickly. So Idara, please go around and ensure that they don't need any. Have you filled your worksheet with your necessary information? This is not a program report. We are writing a story now. Anna Felicia, please, can I get a physical copy of that, the form they are using? Dara, please collect a physical copy from Anna Felicia. Let's not get distracted, please, so that we can make progress faster. No, this is... Okay. So this is a simple thing now. So for that first session, just tick which story you want to tell. Tick the type of story you are telling. For the new states now, you can tick a partnership solving a specific challenge. Then under it, my story in one line, you can now write SURWASH coming to your state also. Just select a story. You don't need your partners for this one. Just do it yourself. When you need your partners, I will let you know. Select, just tick in front of the story you are telling. Have we all done that? Great. Session 2, lock your angle. You see why I'm not giving you lecture again? Because everything you need to complete this worksheet, if I did not teach about it in my first session, she has already covered it. No, so you tick that your story, right? After ticking it, now, because those options there are indications of the type of story you want to tell. Then the actual story, summarize it in one line, is what that place is saying. That my story in one line. Summarize the type of story you are your actual story in one line there. But first tick the type of story. Say, for example, I tick a partnership solving a specific challenge. And my story I actually want to tell is that SURWASH is coming to my state. So my story in one line will now be something like the Sustainable Urban Rural Water Supply Sanitation and Hygiene Program partners with Plateau State government to bring wash facilities to the state. So SURWASH and the World Bank Assisted Program partners with Bochi to bring wash facilities to the state. So that will be your story in one line. I'm sure we are all done with that. So my story in one line, we are still in section 1. After you tick the type of story you want to tell, now think of the actual story. You are from a new state now. So we said everybody that is from a new state, your story should be that SURWASH is coming to your state. So now, summarize that your story in one line. That is what you are feeling under my story in one line. Sorry? Session 2. You see, many people are done. So just summarize your story. No, the reason I've not moved to session 2, I want all of us to be carried along so we make progress together. If you need any further explanation, let me just raise your hand quickly so Idara can come to you. No, we'll get to session 2 now. Session 2 is our angle, is to develop the group. Session 1, after the place where you tick, you see my story in one line. Yes, that's how you will feel my story in one line. That's not session 2. You've done that, yes. I've done, everybody's done. I'm not done with session 1. Let me see your hand. Okay, it's just one person, so we can move. Session 2, please, on the screen. Your story angle in one sentence. Your story angle is basically everything she taught us. What is your story arc that you use to grab people's attention? So I have a framework here. This story is about who. You feel the who there. Who, that is, comma, what's changed, and why it matters. The key questions you should be asking yourself right now are, what is the most important change? Who experienced the change? What change existed before? What challenge existed before? What makes this story different? Why should the public care? What can others learn from it? And if the angle you are thinking of writing from is to make it like an activity report where you say, this story is about the commissioning of a ball, or this story is about SURWASH coming to Plateau, that's not going to work. If you don't have a person in mind, you don't have a story. By a person, it can be a group of people. So you need to have a person in mind. Don't have a combination of story arcs. Don't have a combination of angles where you are thinking of 3 angles in one. No, have a unique angle you are coming from. The simple framework is this. This story is about filling the gap. This is what changed, and this is why it matters. That's the easiest framework to get your hook. It's there in your paper. So just fill in those gaps. Your unique arc, your arc should have one strong point. I'm sure we're all done with session. I'm sure we're all done with session. I need assistance. Next slide. Session 3. We're now going to build a spine for our story. We're going to build a spine for our story where you answer each prompt in one line. So have one full sentence per prompt. If you cannot answer one, that is what you need to find out, not something to invent. So say, for example, you are developing the story on your own in your state now. It's not impromptu like this. When you use this challenge, when you use this table and you cannot answer any question here, it means that you need to go back to the field and find that out. Remember, we said even when you are using AI, you should not invent any information. You should only stick to facts. So when you cannot answer a question here, then it means that you need to do more research into it. So please, quickly answer each of the prompts. Your prompt, who is at the center of the story? On the left-hand side of the sheet, you fill it out there. Who is at the center of the story? You write it there in one clear sentence. What happened? You write it there. Where and when did it happen? That is 2 questions in one. Where? In Dazigao. When? 2022. So time. Number 4, challenge. What problem existed before? The community had a high rate of cholera because people were defecating in the river at the top bed part of the river, and it was flowing down to the lower part where they fetch domestic use water and all of that. Response. What did SURWASH and its partners do in response to that problem? You answer in one question, in one sentence, sorry. Impact. What changed to cause that impact? Evidence. How can the change be verified? 8. Why does it matter? What is the wider significance? You see, the key word there is building your story spine. So it's like you are putting together what will hold your story together. So we're all done with session 3. I need assistance. Let me see your hand. Repeat. Let me see your hand. Okay. I should explain. Okay. Because you are answering who is at the center of the story, you now have to answer what happened to them or what happened in the state. What are the key challenges that existed before? So, for example, who is at the center of the story? Mrs. Nkiru, who is now able to feed her family. She's at the center of the story. What happened? She was empowered by my village enterprise to start a business. And what was the challenge before? The challenge was that her children were out of school. The community, she wasn't able to start a business sustainably. Why does it matter? What's the wider significance of illustrating Mrs. Nkiru's story? Because it showcases the potential of economic power that local women in these communities can have. Sorry? No, the same story you wrote your one line about now. It's the same story you are building. No? We are building one, as I said, I have one story. It's the same story you are building. Don't start writing about Mrs. Nkiru. Mrs. Nkiru is my own story. It's the same story that you wrote about in your session 1. and session 2 that we are still building here. Who is going to be at the center of your story? Okay. Thank you all for being done with session 3. Next slide. We're working with the care framework that I shared earlier. which is consent, accuracy, respect, and evidence. If any element is missing, write down what must be confirmed before you publish your draft. So when you come here, just think of your story in your head now that you are actually publishing it today, right? Do you have consent, which is like permission for the people's name, images, videos you want to use for your story? Accuracy, have you verified that all of those things listed there are accurate? Have you confirmed that your story preserves the dignity of those people so far? So go back and read again and ensure that in that your story in one line, you did not write poor widows in Dazigao. Or that in your who, what, where, and this is not right, underfed children in Makodi. Evidence. Every important claim can be supported by records. So if all of them are there, just tick, 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 the 4 of them. But if anyone you are not sure of that 4, list the one you are not sure under in that line below. The ones you are not sure of that you think you need to verify is what you write in that line below. Are we all clear? I'm not clear. Raise your hand so that Idara can come to you. Just ask Idara. Idara. So number 4, you have your story, right? We said in our class, using that care principle, there are 4 things that we must check, we must have on our checklist before we publish our story, which is that we have the appropriate consent of all the people involved, and we have the consent of the photographers to use their images, and we have the consent to document those experiences. If you have all the consent right now to share that SURWASH is coming to your state, tick that. Tick consent. Accuracy. I have verified names, dates, location, statistics, and program details. If you are sure you have all the verified information, because we are going to write the story in this class. I'm going to give you time. We are all writing the story in this class. This story you have written in one line, you're going to expand it in this class. So if you have all that accurate information, tick it there. Then respect. If your story preserves the dignity and provides fair context, click it. If, I'm saying click because I'm using laptop, tick. If you have all the required evidence to prove it, click and tick it. Then if you are not sure you have consent or you are not sure you have evidence, write consent and evidence required in that line below. If you don't have anything at all, write consent, accuracy, respect, and evidence required in the section below. I know some of us are done. If you have a question, you can ask. Oh. Yes, you are working on a real story.
We are working on a real story. And before now, we have not carried out any interviews. We have not spoken to any beneficiaries. And you want us to write about care. There is no way we can be writing about care because we have not conducted any interview.
You have just caught how we want to use the score. There's nobody here that have consent. So I was going to check for people that will take consent.
Okay.
You have exposed everything.
But tell me now.
You might have evidence. Sorry? No, I said an actual story. No, we said for the people who are from new states that they should. We said the people from the new states, they should write that SURWASH is coming to their state. Is that an imaginary story? SURWASH is coming to their state. We said you that have been doing the project since. As I said, look for a real story now. That from your past. It's a real story we are writing here. We are not doing imagination, no. It's real story. We are right here.
People earlier, and I said it's an assignment. And so that was to give you an idea of how to put up a story and come with it here. You were supposed to come with 2 or 3 stories. So with this form now, you're supposed to be telling us exactly what you're doing in the state, not fiction. So why did you not use that to respond to this this paper? And then for the people from CNC and sanitation, SURWASH has supported you to carry out a lot of advocacy. So write it. The ministry, what is it? Wash parts that just happened was supported by SURWASH. Write it for us. Water quality. Not long we did a water quality supported by SURWASH. Write it. Abasiama, write it. NAP. Recently, not too long, we supported NAP to do some work. Write it for us. We don't want fiction. We want real story, actual story. Don't worry, just write on top of it. Write it by the side.
We want actual story. Write it on the back. So wait. See, the truth is that we've not gotten to the place where you are expanding on the story yet now. That is why it's good. Yeah, it's just small answers you have been given. So just flip it and write those your answers that apply to your real story. Because before we started, I said, for example, Ray Abbas plenty story from Plateau State. When we went there, she has already started document. Their governor even came for the outing we did in their state. The governor came because they have the launch of a Yewa water. That is a success story. That is a success story.
That we recently came to all your states. So you can use that to support your work and come up with a real story. Thank you.
Yourself. 5 minutes, please. 5 minutes, please. Your teacher, you said this. Yes. 2 minutes more. One point 5 minutes more. One point 1 minute more. Okay, let's begin to wrap up. Walk 2. Structure, draft, and midway check. Next slide. Okay. So our next slide is focused on our word counts. Remember we said we're going to write a 300 to 500 word structured essay or write-up or story. So our word counts. Now you're going to write all of that information. So use the shape. I've given you the word count for a 300 to 500 word story here in the worksheet 2.
So basically, you are using this shape for a 300 to 500 word count story. Write the middle first, come back for the opening, and then the headline once you know what you have. So for the headline, you're going to keep your headline to 8 to 12 words. For the opening sentence, begin with the person, a moment, a problem, or a significant change. Mrs. Nkiru is now the biggest supplier of groundnut oil in all of Dazigal. That's an opening sentence. So you keep your opening sentence to 40 to 70 words. Then context, explain the situation before the intervention. So you give more context to Mrs. Nkiru's life. The situation before the intervention is that a young widow from has now been empowered. The response, describe what was done, by who and how. Impact, show what's changed, include evidence and verified quotation. Then closing, explain why the story matters. So you see the word count. Your header 8 to 12 words, your opening 40 to 70 words, your context 60 to 100 words, your response 80 to 120 words, impact 80 to 120 words, closing 40 to 70 words. What you will notice there is that the place where you spend the most words are the place where you have to humanize those people. So where you give context. The place where you begin to talk about intervention, 120 words. Where you begin to emphasize impact, 120 words. So you still can get the attention and the detail across without having to dehumanize this whole with a catchy, loose headline. So now, your main thing here is not to start fleshing out those parts. Your main focus here is to write the middle. So write the context, response, and impact here under that line. So that's what you are filling out in this sheet. My screen only has the table now. Only has the word count table here. Under it, you see draft the middle on your sheet. So you are not filling headline and opening. You are filling context, response, and impact to your story here. Not yet. Okay, great. You have your table with you there, right? And under the table, it's a replica of this exact table you are seeing. Under the table, you have a couple of lines to write. Don't write the headline of your story. Don't write the opening of your story. Don't write the closing. Those lines under it fill the context, response, and impact of your story there. Under the place where we say draft the middle. So fill the context, response, and impact of your story there. Leave the headline, we'll fill them later. Are we all clear? Yes. We'll feed them later. Skip opening and headline and closing. Just focus on the context, response, and impact. I will explain why. As we are feeling, I will be explaining why. Because sometimes when you finish writing, you may make a statement in that writing that now inspires you for a new angle that you may want to influence what you do later. But don't worry, we'll see how that will play out soon.
Just feel the context, the response, and the impact in the sheet. I'm sure we're almost done. indicate? Okay. For the new state, you are now writing the context of why SURWASH is coming. Explain the situation before the intervention. What was the state wash facilities like? What made SURWASH want to come? Was the state experiencing a high rate of open defecation, low rate of sanitation facilities, or increase in dilapidating hygiene facilities? So explain the context, the situation before SURWASH decided to come. Then describe what SURWASH is doing. Because yeah, you are supposed to describe what has been done. But because you are a new state, describe what SURWASH is doing. That's why we said describe what was done by who and how. What SURWASH is doing and how they intend to carry it out. I'm sure when they came for the feasibility study with you guys now, they talked about implementation, right? Madam Felicia, when we went to the state, the new state, we talked about implementation with them now. Yes, so the how, all of those things. Then the impact. Yeah, so on that impact now, write what we, for the new state, you write what we change. The older states are writing what has changed. So the new state, you write what we change. Then leave closing. I'm still not clear. Raise up your hand. Dara. You are not writing headline and opening. You are providing us context, response, and impact. that what under the middle, drafting the middle. Read it back to yourself and see if you can tell from that what you know, who the story is about, what happened, why it matters, and all that. So read your drafts back to yourself and answer those questions. Can you tell what's changed? If you can tell, tick it. Can you tell what evidence supports your story? Like that, like that, like that. Use that to answer every single thing. We could not answer all the questions. Great. So for any question you could not answer, turn to the back of the answer sheet and rewrite that part of your draft so that it will answer the question. Okay, let's take an example. Rehab, which of them could you not answer? Tell me one you could not answer. Okay. Is it the place to write the middle? No, don't write closing. Yes, leave closing. It's context and just that 3 in the middle. What do you need to verify from the story you have? You should know, because for example now, if you are writing that SURWASH is coming, right? And in your state, you're already net 0 for open defecation, meaning that you don't have open defecation as a crisis. Or that is what you are writing here, but you are not exactly sure on the status of open defecation in your state. You need to verify that. So in your story, like let's go back to our original story. Mrs. Nkiru living in Dazigao. Now, what if you need to verify if Mrs. Nkiru is actually cascading the support she has got into other village women? You need to clarify, you need to verify the sustainability of your intervention. It's not a must that there are things that must be that needs to be verified. If you have all the necessary information, then still take it that there's nothing to verify. Idara, is there anybody that could not feel that your draft did not answer who the story is about? Let me see your hand. If your draft did not answer what happened, let me see your hand. If your draft did not answer why it matters, let me see your hand. Your draft did not answer what evidence supports the story. Let me see your hand. Ma? Are pictures the only form of evidence that a story can have? Data, we talked about that, is a part of evidence. So one of the things that you must have when you are working on an intervention, you must know your numbers. In your state, how many toilets have been built? How many schools? Like, you must know those things in your state. Data is a form of evidence. Your draft did not answer the question of how SURWASH contributed. Let me see your hand. Okay, because you are in a new state, great. SURWASH put out the call for an expression of interest. They contributed to the program coming to your state. How SURWASH contributed, after you expressed interest and you were selected, they came and facilitated the training for you people on the program. That is SURWASH contribution. Your draft did not answer whether consent was obtained. Let me see your hand. This should be almost everybody. Great. For this story now, before now, you've been taking pictures. You people did ball, you see school children, then you take picture of the program. Great. You did not collect consent before. So post this training, when you go to take pictures again, take consent forms. So don't tick that. I don't expect anybody to tick that, because the understanding we got was that all the pictures we were receiving for the state, even when Madam Felicia, when we're going to do, is she there? When we're going to do the first, ask her, we're going to design the first draft of the SURWASH newsletter. But if we print out that newsletter, we are going to get sued. All the pictures we receive from the state, no one has credit or consent form or credit to a photographer that took that picture. Not one. So now that is something to do when you go back to your state. Even if you take the picture, and another thing I want to mention, when you are uploading things on that site, right? And it's something that Asana does. When we went to Katsina, it was just unfortunate that the photographer she tried to get was not around. She intentionally went to sort out a photographer. When you complete an intervention and you need evidence of that intervention, it is called archiving. Don't just take pictures with your phone. Get a photographer to take proper pictures of that work. I will show us, let me send him the first draft of the SURWASH newsletter we're going to print before.
You will see it in print. All the pictures inside from the state were not nice. It's called archiving. It's part of reporting. You must go through that process of ensuring that your work is archived.
The consent is verbal, because I used to inform them, please, I want to take photograph, and some may decline and some will say go ahead. And for picture that I took by myself, because to some extent I know a little of photography. So I took pictures by myself. So for picture that I took by myself, the credit goes to who? You. Okay.
Thank you very much
so
for this question. Let me expand on that question you asked.
Thank you.
The only place where you collect verbal consent is a club. If you're going to a nightclub, they will write close to their door. Once you cross the door, you consent to your pictures and videos being used for publicity. Go to clubs, you will see it at the door. They write it close to the door. So by the time you are dancing, maybe you are a married man, you are dancing with a single woman in the club, and they video you and post you, and you go and tell the club, I will sue you. It's your business. When you are doing developmental work, you need consent. It is very important. You don't collect verbal consent. Now that we are traveling to document some of the work being done in some of the states, we possibly cannot go to all the states, but we are going to some of the states. We've gone to Plateau State. You don't expect me to carry 800 pages of consent form and be traveling. You can have a digital copy. The person signs. You send them a PDF, they sign. If it's a meeting you are prepared for, the meeting was scheduled, not that you got to office, your PC said, oh yeah, let's go. You are rushing. You can have one consent form in your car or in your file. When you get to the meeting, write the name of that particular meeting and the date at the top. Then everybody who's at the meeting, as you are passing attendance, let that paper go around, let them sign at the back of the paper. It's valid, but consent must be taken.
Hello?
No. Attendance is attendance. You need a consent form. This is the consent form. Once the attendance comes back to you, pass round. The reason why that consent form is the consent form is not because their signature is there. It's because the form clearly states out that the pictures being taken are going to be used for publicity of the program. The person is aware. They may just think that they are signing that you should snap their picture. Then tomorrow, you will use this thing to do billboard for SURWASH. The person now said, that's not what I agreed to. What would be your defense that the person agreed to use their picture for a billboard? So you can have one form per meeting, and everybody in that meeting will just sign under the form. You don't even need to be at the back. You don't even need to create a signature plate. Once they read it and understand it, they should all sign under that form. Their signature must be there with their name and the date that event happened. Madam Felicia is going to share that sample in the presentation with all of us. That sample now, you can now localize it to your own community for SURWASH in Plateau or wherever.
Hello, sir. Is it in all cases that you must present a consent form?
Yes. As part of the people we appear. For example, when we are going to one of the states we are going to next, probably next week, is Gombe. If we minus the beneficiaries, part of the checklist of things to do in Gombe from World Bank is to capture commercial settings like a market or someone selling. The boy is not a beneficiary. The person selling in that market is not a beneficiary of SURWASH. I must go there and let him know that he is being photographed, and he must sign the consent, and the picture must be tagged with his name.
Why I'm asking, because if you are doing a behavioral change advocacy, like open defecation, and we are particular about a community where open defecation is rampant, like we all agreed here, the story must tally with the picture. We cannot use AI for a community that want to tell the real story.
Wait, you want to show somebody defecating?
Wait, that's what I'm saying. Because I ask a question. If it is in all cases, now, Should I go and meet somebody who's openly defecating to get his consent to picture him? Of course, yeah, and I know the person will not grasp consent.
That would be a situation of dehumanizing that person. You can stage that picture.
No, that's what I'm saying.
No, you can stage the picture. You can get someone who doesn't practice open defecation to stage that and snap the person.
It's still the same thing we are talking about, because you have to prove to the whole world that this community, they are open defecation.
Sir,
they are trying to ensure that.
Let me explain something. I just answered your question.
Okay.
You don't need to capture someone who is doing it. You will dehumanize the person. Another thing that you do is that you take the picture, you can mix the person that this is what we are trying to do. We're trying to end this. We are bringing development to your community. When we publicize this open defecation, we will blow out your face. You can discuss that with the person. If the person says no, get a regular person to go there, and squat and demonstrate that and photograph. You must, because as consented, because one of the things is that in the need for evidence, we cannot afford to dehumanize those people. If the person says no, it is no. Stage it. Because the important thing is not the person defecating, the important thing is open defecation.
Yes. We are trying to make the story look as real as possible and verifiable.
If you tell someone to illustrate open defecation and squat, and wait now, if you tell someone to illustrate open defecation and squat, madam, please, can you tell if you see the picture on a billboard that is a model? You cannot tell. All we can see is that someone is doing open defecation. That is the important thing. So we've all crossed that line. Now, next slide, please. We are going to start with we are now going to write our opening, our closing, and our headline. Next slide, please. Okay. So, for this part, your opening should be between 40 to 70 words. Your closing should be between 40 to 70 words. Your headline should be between 8 to 12 words. Yes. World Bank assisted SURWASH program now in Bauchi. That's a headline. 8 to 12 words. Don't go and write, Bauchi people finally find freedom. Free water and toilets for, no. And also, as you are writing, let me just be saying this, and also on the subject of consent forms. When you are sending, Madam Felicia is going to create a folder, we've told her, for each state online. When you take those pictures and you upload them on the platform, go on that folder and upload all your consent forms there. So that if somebody come and sue Madam Felicia tomorrow, she will just go there and download it and show them that they signed. So any image you upload on our platform, you don't say consent form, your story will not be published. That is part of the things Madam Felicia will be looking at for. Your story will not be published. All of them can sign one consent form. Like I said, if it's a meeting, even if it's 500 people in the meeting, let them sign on one sheet and just write their name. Sorry? Wait, let me give Madam Felicia one of the consent forms. Just print a physical copy so we can see it. Just print like 5 copies, 1 page. How many tables do we have? Let's have 1 per table so you can just go around. Great. I even have one that is from World Bank that has multiple people signed on it. So, Madam Felicia, please, you will help me print that one.
that you sign one copy per state.
You tell them that all the pictures and videos from this our cultural dance will be used for the promotion of this program. Oh. The king is going to sign on behalf of the community. The king signs. The chief signs. But yet, now that you are having a meeting with 20 people, 20 people can sign one consent form. Not thankfully.
In situations like that, there is maybe the head, the king, I didn't go to Abia, but I was made to understand that they have, is it Royal Majesty or what? Yes. You have one, no, not Igwe, they had one title that just rang in my head. No. No. A mayor. They have mayor. So you can get the mayor to sign. And if the mayor signs on behalf of the community people that you had a meeting with, it covers. Yes. But you have to ensure that you explain to him to understand why he's signing that. Because he can turn around and tell you that he did not understand what you were saying, that you only made him to sign. And the problem falls.
Sometimes Mona Felicia will tell me, come and pick up a letter from PC from my office. She will give me acknowledgement copy. I write, this original copy was collected by me for takeout media. So the chief will sign for the community, the date. So the chief will sign, put his name, the date, and write for Umunede community. But say the chief just sign and leave it like that. The day they sue you, it's only the chief that sign for himself. But if he sign for the people, he's dead. So you must find a way to get your consent. SURWASH staff. What if they fire the person tomorrow? They will say, you are still using my picture. Come and give me money. So let the staff sign. Unless you are sure it's part. For example, now, if they do a video with me in my office, I don't need to sign a consent form. Because part of my employment engagement was that as part of company policies for publicity that you are featured in, you already consent at the point of employment to be used for that. You get. If you are not sure that the ministry did not, you are sure the ministry did their due diligence during employment. When they're a better person, they don't have to sign. But if you are not sure that the ministry gave that this thing, the person should sign. Because I know some of these our ministries can be funny, so just ensure the person signs in case. Okay, thank God that we are all done with the opening closing and headline. No, I said as you are writing, I will be talking. You are talking back to me. Why were you replying me? I said as you are writing, I will be talking. Because we still have 2 sheets. Mr. Imo, are you going to Imo this evening? And you post hotel is not far from here. So it's me and Mother Felicia that should be worried. Our families are expecting us today. You are traveling. Okay, you cannot travel. But it's me and Mother Felicia that should be worried. We are facilitating. We can do this the long way. Short. The short way. The picture you snap. The picture you snap. Who will verify it? Describe in the first box what the image shows. A caption, which is 1 sentence of how the image contributes to your story. Write the name of the photographer, the name of the person that snapped it. Worksheet 3. Worksheet 3, image, caption, and consent record. This, you have to keep this paper on this particular page. This is how you will be sending us your images along with your consent form. If not, your story will not be published. So when they are saying who are the states that are meeting all the indicators for effectiveness, they will see that Bochi is publishing, they are updating us. Katsina, me, I trust them, they will update us. Jos, Imo, Delta, Ekiti. Where else? Abia, Plateau, they will all update us. If you don't update us, you will not see anything. So now if you are in worksheet 3, just listen to me. Just stop writing, listen to me. That 4th place, sorry, in worksheet 3, just listen to me, everybody, please. Under worksheet 3, the 4th line that says alternative text, what you should put there, for example, I'll give you an example, is that ALT text. What you should put there, for example, will be, say, the name of the school where the facility was built is Yewa Primary School. No, there's one school we went to in that Ali. What's the name of the school? Leah Primary School. Is it LEA or Leah? LEA. Okay. LEA. LEA Primary School. Yewa Community. Right? You can write LEA Primary School students celebrating the completion of their new wash facility as your alternative text. It's just to give an additional context to the picture. That is what that alternative text is. To give additional context to the image. Sorry? You don't have pictures? Okay. So let me use the new state again as an example. Under what the image shows, you can write project inception meeting with the SURWASH SPCU for, that is what the image shows. Caption, you can write under the caption, Bochi finally welcomes the SURWASH project into the state as the state government takes a new front towards the improvement of wash facilities across 13 local government areas. Full stop. Do you know the funniest thing? None of these our stories will make it to SURWASH official social media until we see compliance on our newsletter platform. Madam Felicia and I have fought for it. She was fighting for people that we need to start putting their story on social media. We say no. Until we see compliance. When there is compliance on the newsletter platform, we start posting all of your stories on the social media. So for the new state again, photographer, Mr. Johnson Okorofo. Alternative text, state and local government chairman with the SPCU representative from Abuja at the SURWASH inception meeting. Which thing? Yes. Idara, please. Then persons identifiable in the image. You can write from left to right. That is L to R. Felicia, communications officer, SURWASH SPCU. Engineer Guaram, NPC, SURWASH program, Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation. Like that, like that. The people we can see in the picture, just list them out. Consent obtained. You write tick if you have consent to use it. If you are the one that snapped it, I'm sure you are giving yourself consent. So just tick it. Anyone under 18 in your picture, if the person is under 18, identify them. Yes, if there's nobody under 18, just write none. Just put the person's name. Caption. Just give us the caption basically is to give context to your entire story and how it relates to the picture. Say, for example, I said now for the Bochi, what the image they have is the inception meeting they had with SPCU, right? So the caption is Bochi State finally welcomes the SURWASH program into the state as the government takes a new front towards the improvement of wash facility across 11 local government areas. Finish. Is to further give context on how the image relates to the story. My wife is calling me. No. Right. If I answer, I will enter trouble. I have tools at home. Is like I mentioned earlier, the alternative test is to give further context. Say, for example, Yewa LEA school students celebrating the completion of the new wash facility. Further context. Number one is basically what the image shows. Number 4 is alternative context. Number 5 is the people. The people. You are writing the name of the people inside the picture. That number 5. You are writing the name of the people inside. Say, for example, it's the SPCU people that came. Say, Madam Felicia, communications officer, SPCU, Engineer Guaram, MPC, SPCU. So, for example, if they are up to 20, you see left to right. SPCU representatives, the local government chiefs, council members, you've already covered like 40 people. That. Consent obtained. If you have consent to use the image, right? Yes. If you don't, say no. Sorry? Yes. Sorry? What? For the headline. So this piece you are writing for the picture, the only one that will make it to the blog when we post your notes is the photographer, the alternative text if it's relevant, and your caption. Every other thing will not be there. The rest of it are compliance information based on the course. And sorry, another thing I must mention when you post it. If you are photographing a phone, the background involves no problem of time by
Thank God we are all done with worksheet 3. Worksheet 4. Next slide. Worksheet 4. So now, give everything you have done from worksheet 1 to worksheet, give all your documents arranged in the order it came. Everything to your partner. Then let the person you are giving it to write their name in worksheet 4 on your behalf. So they write their name. They write your name first. On that right hand. We together. Under worksheet 4, when you give your partner, write the person's name. So imagine Rahab gave me a document now. I will write Rahab's name there. Then I will now write my own name as the reviewer. Give all the things you have done so far to your partner. Then, no, give everything to them. They need to read what you have written so far. Give everything to them. Give everything to your partner, please, quickly. Then let your partner turn to worksheet 4 of your book. They will write your name, they will write their own name, and then they will begin to fill those things. Have we all exchanged? Have we all exchanged? If you are in a table with 3, just shuffle around. Just shuffle. Have we all exchanged? So write the person's name that gave you their paper, then write your own name too. Because if the work does not meet the standard, we will hold you responsible because you are the one that reviewed it. Have we all exchanged? So what are the things that you are looking at for? So you will go back to the beginning of what the person wrote from the first page. You will read everything, their story in one line, their caption, the middle part, their headline, the closing, the context. You read everything the person wrote. Then you will now come back and answer these questions. 1, is the angle clear? Does the opening create interest? Is the story easy to understand? Are the facts and quotations verifiable? Does it follow the care framework? Are people represented with dignity? Is the impact specific? Is there at least one direct quotation? So you answer yes, not yet. Yes, not yet. Then under, you will now answer one specific thing that works from the story, one specific thing to remove, clarify, or strengthen, one question the story left unanswered, then give constructive comments. Do we all have worksheet 5? Sheet 4. Answer every single thing in worksheet 4, please. Then.
Don't get influenced by the person's conversation. Don't everybody fill the forms in silence. If not, the person will talk you into scoring them. Fill the forms in silence. Anybody that speaks while they are filling your form, we will remove from your scores. Fill the forms in silence, please, so that we can finish faster. The time now is 5:32. We are wrapping up by 5:35. So you have 3 minutes to finish filling worksheet 4. I have worksheet 5. Let me see your hand. Worksheet 5. Let's turn to worksheet 5. No, you can return to your partner. Return to them and go to worksheet 5. Return their paper to them, I beg. You have your paper back, right? Next slide. Okay, that's it. You see all the things we are looking at for in terms of content and ethics and accuracy and digital readability. You can see all the things here. On that worksheet 5 with you, the ones for digital readability is not there. Have you noticed it? What is there is content and ethics. So under that remember brackets you have there, list out all the things you need for digital readability. Then when you are done listing it out, you will take this entire thing back to your hotel, then use all of these corrections to rewrite this to be a complete story and bring it back tomorrow. So this start, okay, let's do one thing at a time. Write out all the things you need for digital readability first. Language is simple, jargon removed or explained, spelling and grammar. Write it out on that document. See, all your worksheet 5 has content. These are the things under content. It has ethics and accuracy. It does not have digital readability. So write out all of these things in the sheet. Write out all of these things in the sheet. The headline is clear. The paragraphs are short. The language is simple. The jargons are removed or explained. And then spelling and grammar is reviewed. Write out all of that in the sheet. Then when you are done, you will go back to worksheet 4. See the comments that your partner left and the things I have mentioned so far. Then you will now add your story together. Because right now, you have your contest, response, and intervention in one place. You have your headline, closing, and opening line in another place. You are not going to couple your entire story with those corrections and all of these things. You are going to tailor it into one story. Write it this evening and bring it tomorrow. So you will go over everything. Check for all of these things, that your story is between 300 to 500 words, that the central angle is clear, that your most important information comes early, that the story shows people and impact, that the conclusion says why it matters, that under ethics, you have all the necessary consent, all the names and titles are correct, dates, location, and statistics are verified, quotation is accurate, sources and partners are credited. Then you are checking that your headline is clear, your paragraphs are short, your language is simple, there are no jargons, and then your spelling is reviewed. So that's all the things you go and do this evening. Then now come back with a complete story tomorrow. So for the new state, I'm expecting a complete story on how SURWASH is coming to your state. Note from the one you wrote today, you know they are separate. All your information is separate. Your headline is not with your story. The context and everything. So bring everything together after reviewing all of these things and write it into one story. It can be on a sheet of paper, it can be on your laptop. Yes, it can be on the laptop. You will come and read your story first. Yes. Yes. Once you upload it, it will not be published. It goes to the dashboard. On that dashboard, Mother Felicia and PC can see it to approve. So couple your entire story together, everything, put it together. Have your clear headline, your opening line, your context, everything. Couple it into one story. The way you will read it in newspaper, couple it into one story like that and bring tomorrow. Ensure that all of these things has been checked. All of these things listed here has been checked. Then bring it tomorrow. Are we all clear? If we are all clear, should we spare coconut or we should go? Let's go. So thank you very much, everyone.
So thank you so much. I want to appreciate all of us for the patience to go through this exercise. It's for our good. By the time we start writing without even thinking about it and everything is falling in place, we won't remember that we passed through some rigorous exercise to get it right. So I want to thank all of you for coming and wish that we all return back to our various places safe and then resume back here tomorrow. Start time tomorrow is 8 o'clock, please, so that we can finish quick. Thank you. And then when we come tomorrow morning, before the presenter starts, we are going to have this as our recap, presenting your short story as our recap and correct ourselves before we proceed. Thank you so much and good night.